my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Then my stream crashed. Am I back? Oh god. I'm back. I'm back, guys. I'm alive again. I'm alive. All right. Chad, she's cheating. No, I'm not cheating. What do you mean, guys? You came at the like. You see, I returned at the right spot, right time. Dude, this gotta be like. I did not call my brother, guys. Welcome back, Kenny. To play the boss. Capcom play Suicide. Guys, I did it. Okay, I was just too good that like you guys just couldn't see it. Stream didn't want you guys to see. It's don't share rig their stream. I did not rig my stream. I was just too good. Too good that like my stream had to like restart. Okay. You'll get your flowers this time. No evidence? What do you mean no evidence? There's so much evidence here. You saw the ending, right? You saw me kill him at the end. This is hilarious. Okay, next. CCW, guys.
Sacrificial lamb.
Hello, Ishan. Welcome in. Oh, Shinobi. Oh, Itoshi.
The day breaks. You two will join our company. Share in my holy blessing.
Thank you. You ended the stream mid-fight? Okay. I did not end it, okay? My stream crashed. It crashed. Okay, guys? I had no power. Okay? Excuses. I was just too good, too good. I was just convinced you that it crashed. I was just too good. Where did I end up at?
Condor 1 to Roost. Do you read me?
Condor 1? You've been radio silent for 3 hours. Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. Won't let it
3
happen
hours?
And the church?
Still
Richie actually
looking for
called her
whatever.
brother and asked him to end it. No, guys.
Where's that?
Chapter 4. I wonder how far you'll get. Ooh, really? I wonder why Capcom made the characters so hot. I mean, if you don't simp for your own characters, who else will like it? If you don't like them, who will like them? Okay, this is locked. Anita? Wait. Oh.
Won't be going anywhere in this thing.
Womp womp, Leon. Okay. Okay. Police app. We're continuing the game. Red herb. I have a yellow herb. Okay. Anything else here? No, nothing. I banged the merchant. You banged the merchant? Is he even human? I thought the merchant was like, I don't know, not human. Okay. Go over here. I hear someone. Okay, this is where I came from. Oh, they're on top of me, huh? Oh god. In the OG, you can shoot merchant? Really? I still see a bit limit. You know what, Chaos? I was gonna make it higher. Yep. Where are they? Alright. Speed running, we speed running. I guess we go straight. But in the remake, there's no option, Sally, unless throwing a grenade can kill him. Wait, you could kill him? Like actually? Like in the old one? Okay, how did I how do I crouch? What was my crouch button? Hold on guys, I gotta look at what my crouch button is. Crouch button. Is it under controls? Keybinds? Melee, move forward, move backwards. Move camera, crouch, E. It was E? Oh my god. Okay. Stay quiet. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Oh! Oh! Is he dead? Oh fuck. Oh my god. Okay. Try control. That's weird for crouch. I know, it's weird. I was trying crouch, space, C, but it didn't work. Turns out it was E. Better than showing space to crouch. Okay, what's wrong with space being crouch? Okay, there's nothing wrong with space being crouch. Okay, I feel like that's pretty normal. Okay, okay, guys. Okay, nothing wrong with space being crouch. Okay. Space to crouch, yeah. I knew space to crouch. I hate those stuff. Why would you want to kill me anyways? For fun? Space is fucking jump. Okay. Space for jump is a little too hard, okay? Not that hard, but you know, it takes some getting used to, okay? For me, okay? For me.
What is this place?
Okay. I heard space is too news. I heard space to news. Space to jump. Not whatever this shit. Okay, there's nothing wrong with like space as crouching.
Some kind of
I knew. Okay, whenever I play like FPS games, alright guys, I use middle mouse button to jump. It's perfectly normal though. Yeah. Is everything wrong with it? There's nothing wrong with it. Okay.
Is this the key?
This is the key. I need like 2 little orbs thingy. What is this? Like cocoons? Mummies? Shin's normal is not normal. my normal is pretty normal, okay? Oh shoot, is this all the missed stuff I didn't take? That's fine. Okay, this is the church key. Location from mural. Alright. You missed a lot of treasure. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. A lot of them needed keys and I did not find keys. So, you know, yeah. Mm-hmm. No wonder you broke. Hey. Hey. Next thing you know, she's gonna set movement to the arrow keys on the numpad. Hey, hey. There's nothing wrong with numpad. Up, down, left, right, okay? Oh, the way shrine key. Way shrine key. Ooh. Okay, gunpowder. Egg hunt. Someone fetched me a rare golden chicken egg. What will I do with it? Well, sometimes it's more fun not knowing, right? Uh-huh. Gold chicken egg. Gold chicken egg. Okay. Wait, no, don't go! Can I get off? Okay. What would you do with the rare... Oh, with the gold chicken egg? I don't know. Maybe like... I don't know. Like, hatch it? Sit on it? I don't know. Okay. I can't do this. Is the boat the only way? Okay, I guess the boat is the only way. Me and a friend beat it, and off the record way back then. Oh, I see. We should play Dead Rising 2. Ooh, I do want to play Dead Rising 2. I got it for free, and yeah, I don't have nobody to play with. Oh, okay, 100 coins. How do I get off it? Go. I feel like it'll be awesome to play Dead Rising 2. Ooh. Yeah, just like set up a day. We could like all play Fate. Sell it to a goose. The gold chicken egg. But it's a chicken egg. Why would a goose want a chicken egg? You know? Oh shit, you never let me know when you're free to watch. Ooh. I don't know. I think I'm like free the entire week next week. Besides Saturdays. Because Saturdays is most likely the day I stream. Wait, this is where I came from, right? Like the very, very beginning. Yeah. Turn. 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 Okay, hello Panda! Hello! Good luck, she sleeps in DGen hours. You know, me and Chaos, we both have DGen hours. Which makes it perfect. Okay. There you go. Did I go here? No? I'm guessing not. Okay, up. So you don't mind watching at 3 AM? Yeah, 3 AM is actually a perfect time. I'm a BRB. Good luck on your second boss battle. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, climb up. That's it? Can I go up here? No? What is the point of this block? Jump? Is that it? Oh, under here. Shit, I wanna play Dior 2 with you. Yeah, we can play like next week. You know, just like tell me when. She could play with these fucking nuts. Got him. You guys are so funny. I'm laughing so hard right now. I said the same thing. I'm sorry, I'm buzzed but conscious and trying to correct my writing. Your writing? Buzz, what were you writing, Buzz? Okay, I don't think I went here. Did you tell the chingo tu madre? Chingo tu madre. I don't think he did, Chaos. That's so mean though. Oh, come here! Come here! Ooh! Morir. Oh my god. Go, miss. There you go. Don't throw the axe! Oh my god. Dynamite, dynamite! Oh my god. Shit! Shit, run, Leon, run! Fucking, I freaking hate that dynamite. Ugh.
Not bad, right?
Come here, you dynamite thrower! Oh my god.
You're serious.
Ooh! Are you dead? Woo! Woo! Okay, Leon. Don't get up! Don't get up! Don't let him get up! Don't let him get up! Fuck. Fuck. I whip my hair back and forth. Fuck! Leon, fuck! Fuck, Leon. Okay, no, guys. Okay. Can I jump over this? No? Oh, green herb! Okay. So this. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, nice. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Sarcastic laughing, then proceed to laugh even harder. Hey, hey. I think my sarcastic laughing is kind of funny. Shit, I can't even write. Mean but funny as a first impression. You're right, you're right. So you just love like learning curse words, you know? Or like mean phrases. Oh shit, does scream? Okay, you know, I don't scream, but like whenever I'm like in a state of panic, I do scream, okay? You know, I panic scream. Whew, oh my god. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go up here. Associate with me and won't be saying. Should hear her in the first time playing Demonologist. Oh my god. Demonologist scared the shit out of me. I honestly did not expect it to like jump at me like that. Oh shoot. Fuck! Fuck, I'm on fire, fuck. Get up. You better fall back down. Fuck! Fuck, run forward. Why do you have so much dynamite? Oh god. Don't get out, don't get out, don't get out. Oh my god. But I am extremely buzzed. I apologize. Mom, you're apologizing too much. I don't know what you're apologizing for. I'm about to die! Oh my god. Okay, noise. Okay. here. What is this? Is this a puzzle? Oh. Is what correct? No? It was this? I'm guessing I'm supposed to press them in the order, right? No? For sure it was this one. This one. This one? No? Let me cook, guys. Let me cook. Okay, we're gonna try this one. No? No? Okay, I don't know. Hey, fried goat? Fried goat? What do you mean fried goat? Panic scream more, Shen. Panic scream. You like them screaming? you, you like it when they scream, Mom? Wait, what's this? Is that 6 bullets? Only has 6 bullets? You know, it's okay. I could reload. Haha. Now I have 11. Okay. I guess. Oh shoot! There's something on the walls. Okay. That. Is there another one? Is this a clue? Is this the clue? This? That? I'm very conscious about my health. Okay, you know, but this is me. This is Shinobi. You know, you don't gotta worry about it. Okay, it's the. What is this? I'm gonna say this is like the Chanel sign. Oh, Chanel sign. Chanel logo. And then. What is this? Like the opposite Chanel logo. And then an X was a line. Okay. Oh. This. And then I think this. I don't know. What's the X with the. Oh wait! These are together then, right? Circle and then the X and then Chanel sign. And then I'm missing one more then. One more logo? Okay, we're just gonna do elimination. Okay. So is this the Chanel sign? This. This. No? This. If this is wrong, then I'm gonna shit myself, guys. See, easy! Easy! Apostate? Am I saying that right? Oh my god. Right, in memory of my boy Nemi, I'll stop reminding. Yeah, Nemi is Chaos's favorite character. Easy! I got this just 1 minute. Really? +9. Really, Toshi? Oh my god. No, wait. I feel like this is like one of the easier puzzles. Process of elimination, you know? Okay, I got one head. Oh, it's right here! I didn't even see that. Are you gonna get up? Are you gonna get up? Come here. I'll shoot you too. Don't do that! Oh my god! Okay. He's dead. I'm gonna make Nemi my new Harambe. R.I.P. Harambe. He will be remembered. Alright. I'm really bad at puzzle shit. You cannot be that bad. Come on, Itoshi. Like, I'm literally so dumb. I'm like the dumbest person here. You cannot be worse than me. That's... He didn't need to die? Right! The kid though. The kid needed to die. No, I was kidding. I'm kidding, but R.I.P. Harambe. You know, sometimes like I look at my dogs and I'm like, I can't believe you're real, you know? Like I can't believe my dogs are real. It feels so like unreal. You know, like it's a real life being. Okay, I went here already. This is where I went? Am I missing something here? This is where I came from? Right? What else am I supposed to go? The fire? I guess I can say we're on the same on that category. I see. Team 1 brain cell. Oh, I haven't been here. Have I? Wait, did I go here before? Did I go here? No, I didn't. Okay. Give me loot! Give me coins. I don't want coins. I want loot! Not coins. Okay. There's a ladder there. Okay. 333. 333. Oh, another puzzle. Okay. 333. Oh. 1 3. 3 threes. Can I go up here? You just need money, Shen? Just if you need money, Shen, just ask them. Okay, I'm not a beggar, okay? I like to work for my stuff. And a knife. A sword. Okay. Wait, there's another one here. No. What do you call that? A circle? Peace sign looking thing? Okay. Wait, is it 4 the one that had the creepy twitchy guys? That you need the thermoscope for? Huh? Oh my god. The map is different. You know, I always forget I have a map. Always. Okay, for sure it's the 333. Right? This one? The 1 3. Easy! Oh my god. Easy! Oh my god. This one was so much easier than the last one. Okay. Rifle ammo. What is this? A hexagon piece? Okay. What's over here? Oh! Oh, I just go around. Okay. Can I jump down? That should be everything, right? Now I gotta find my way back. You know when you see them, Shen? Alright. Alright. I'm trusting you. You meet them later in the next chapters? Okay. Next chapter. Okay. Now how do I... Opening my map. Treasure? Over here? How do I... Oh. The 11-point turn. Hold on, guys. Hold on. F. Okay. Noise. Noise, noise. Noise. Anything else here? No? I have another treasure here. Wait, I thought I had like a mini map. I don't have a mini map. Okay. I have a revolver, a red 9. Is that good? Is that better? Is that a better gun than the one I'm using? Should I be using it? I didn't know you can get a red 9 for free. But yeah, I got a red 9. Oh my goodness, you didn't get that? Yeah, Itoshi, you're the one who told me to look at my map. But so welcome back, Yoshi. She did too good and crash the stream. Yeah, I was just too good, you know? Too good. Okay, I need one more hexagon piece. Red 9 is the best handgun. Is it actually? Wait, can I equip it? Do I have ammo? Wait, can I switch it? Hold on. How do I equip it though? Register. Yes, there you go. Okay, alright. I missed it, cost me like 1K. Really? It cost you 10K? You bought it? Womp womp. Itoshi, womp womp. I know, I just figured it out on my second playthrough. Wow. See guys, I have W luck. I have W luck. Oh, there's another treasure here. Should I go grab it? Is there some here? Over here? Is that? Guys, why does the chicken coop have 2 doors? Because if it had 4, it'll be a chicken sedan. Am I saying it right? Sedan? Is it sedan? Ha 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 ha! Get it? It's funny, haha. Sedan haha, guys, haha. Oh, golden chicken egg.
I'll be taking this.
Nice. I totally forgot I had to get the chicken egg. Can I? Do I get anything from you? No? Nothing? Alright. Let's go! And you also found the golden. You did it? What? Itoshi! You didn't find the chicken egg? Oh my god. I'm missing an egg. That's fine. Okay. Small cave shrine. Ooh, wait! Expanded map treasure? Hold on! Womp womp! Womp womp, Itoshi! Womp womp! Wait, there's a... Go back. Can I... Please? Okay. There's a map treasure here. Where is it? Was it on the wall? Did I miss it? Expanded map treasure. Is it up here? It's okay, I haven't found the golden egg either. Yoshi, you're not even playing this game. Are you? Wait, where's the map treasure? The treasure map. Am I tripping? Treasure? Is it on the side? Huh. What? Oh, is it that? Oh, fuck. Is it that? Is that? Oh no, that's a ruby. Oh, is it this? Hold on. I didn't know you could shoot that. The little tingling things. Where is it? Is it not here? Oh god. Damn great, there's a ruby there too. Let's go find ourselves some treasure. Yeah, we're gonna loot everything, you know? Like a pro gamer. I am. Right here! Oh my god! What is this? Ruby? Is that everything? In this area? Okay. This is making me want to load my old game. Oh yeah, you should. You should totally do that, Itoshi. You know, go back, redo everything. You know. Just to add more stuff, have bought unlimited ammo RPG like 5 times already. Really? Wait, is that like good though? Isn't that good though? Or is that a bad thing? Oh my god. I have to freaking... Guys, don't watch me. I'm a terrible driver. Alright, turn back. There you go. Alright. You know what? Okay, we got all of that. Should I go back over here? The lake settlement? This is where I came from, right? Stone pedestal. Okay. And then this is the cave. Should I go back here then? Backtrack? Sheesh! I'm genuinely happy for you. Did I hear an independent goat? Yeah, you did! Yes, sir! Independent goat, indeed. She skipped the grass of her original farmer. Yeah, I don't need a farmer. Wait, I haven't been here yet. Wait, have I? Yeah. Don't turn around. Don't turn around. Oh, easy. Okay. Oh. Why are there enemies here? Wait, this is where I came from, right? Like the very, very beginning? I don't remember. I don't remember. Can I use the key here? No? Okay. I need a key. I opened all of this already. Okay. Treasure there, treasure there. Map treasure there. Another treasure there. God. You got scammed? Where my demon at? You gotta redeem it. Yep. I got scammed. Yeah, scam. Is it not working? Oh my god. Oh yeah, it's probably because my stream crashed. That's right. There we go. There we go. There we go. Hopefully it works. Come on, streamer bots. Okay. My god! Thank you for the redeem! Thank you! Yeah. Hold on, guys. I feel like... Wait, is this not a door? Man, come here! Fuck. Wait, come here! Are you dead? Okay, give me your glasses. Is it not working? Is my redeem's not working? Hold on, let me see if I can fix it. Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm lagging so bad. Womp womp. Now everything is not working? Alright. Hopefully it works. Now. Hopefully it works now. Hopefully it works now. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna... Okay, it works, it works. Okay. There we go. Easy. She got teleported to the 1 FPS dimension. Yeah. I don't know why I'm lagging so bad. Like, I wasn't this lagging before. I think it's just today. Today, super lag. I got super lagged today. Alright. It's okay. We will power through, you know? Oh, shoot. Okay. Alright. What am I missing here? There's a treasure here? Right in the middle? Right in the middle? Behind me? Oh, this? Oh my god! Was this what the key was for? Oh my god! Okay. There you go. Crack? Was it because you used all of your luck? Chill. You're so right. You're so right. Not that I'm still salty or something. Pranker John, Pranker? What happened to your eyes? I became a goat. But a goat. Catch me a big fish. Could someone catch me the gigantic fish that lives in the lake for me? Gigantic fish. Okay. How do I just shoot it? How do I know if the fish is huge or not? Anyway, this is where I came from. Okay. Hey yo! Is this Ashley? Wait, did I go the right way? And now you're just trying to... What do you mean?
What the hell is going on here?
Wait, that's not Ashley. Is it? Who is that? Let's go to the Department of Justice. I don't know if I trust ghosts. Wait, what do you mean? I'm very reliable. That's not Ashley. When the road is... Okay, I don't know how Ashley looks like, okay? I thought she was wearing like a hat or something. No? I don't... Actually, I don't... I don't even know how she looks like. I never met her before. Ashley... Ashley and... How do you even pronounce that? Alright. She's blonde? Alright, you're right. She is blonde. Are you Ashley? Okay, I got a small key. I got a small key. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Nothing? Can't go here? Or can I? No? No? Huh. Okay. Force altar. You go down. Leon is essentially a babysitter. Oh. You better be good at babysitting. Honestly, I hate children, guys. I do not like children. But I think I'm decent with kids, you know? They like me. I low-key like them. You know? You know, as long as they don't like make me go crazy. Wasn't there like a chest here? Am I tripping? Over here? Oh! Okay. There you go. It's a costume? Leon can have my baby. Leon can have my babies too. Dodged! Dodged! Oh, shoot! Is there another one? Woo! Fuck. Fuck, I need to reload. Fuck. Shit! Don't come here, wait up! Hello? Come here, come here! Come here! I dare you! Come here! You can throw that! Oh my god! Come here, I dare you! Come on! Come here! How are you up? Oh my god. Fuck, I'm about to die. Oh my god, oh my god! Please, Leon. Okay. It's fun. She's wasting her precious shotgun ammo. Okay. Okay. I was losing it on the dogs. Okay? I was losing it on the dogs. Craft. Green and yellow herbs will restore as much health as a single green herb and increase your maximum. As a single green herb? So the yellow does nothing, right? Then? Okay. Will restore twice as much as a single green herb. I might as well do this. What does the yellow herb do? Isn't it for poison? Or something? Increases your maximum health. The amount it increases by varies depending on what. Okay. 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 I see a dog. Oh my god. Come here, come here! Come here! Woo wolf you! Fuck. Reload, Leon! Oh my god. Are we dead? Oh my god. I'm out of shotgun ammo. I'm out of shotgun ammo! Oh my god. No! Why are you stabbing? I used up all of my ammo. It's okay. It's okay. I can make more. It's okay. It's okay. Yellow extend health. Blue is for poison. Red maxes out the effect. Green is just weed. Okay, I see. I see. That's the way she didn't play. After a while, she runs out of bullets, but somehow does it. She beat Mr. X with only a pistol. I did. No, I'm just that good, you know? Oh my god. Hold on, I need some water. For real? Yeah, for real. Win the blue hell. I'm just that good, guys. I'm just that good. I'm telling you, I have like W luck. Incredible luck. Can I walk through here? Fuck. Okay. A beetle? I just picked up a beetle. Can I eat the beetle? Oh, it increases my health. Okay. What else? I got everything here. Do I walk all the way here? This is where I came from, right? Okay, there's still another treasure here, but I can't find it. I'm blind. Oh, is it that? This? Is it this? Is it? Is it actually? Handgun ammo? Okay. Am I tripping? Should I just skip it and leave? Okay. Can I open this then? I have this key. Did you grab the church key yet? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Pearl bingo. She doesn't read the auto mod, thank God. You know, I could read it. I see it. After I blow her stomach up with 6 gauges. Yeah, I read it. It got auto mod. Now go to the church and confess your sins. Confess my sins. Alright. But I still need to catch the giant fish, right? How do I catch the giant fish? Is it in the lake? Is that where it is? Oh well, we're just gonna ignore this. Okay. Stone pedestal. What is this? Splendid. Was it over here? This, right? This? Oh no, I haven't got the church key yet. That's right. I got the 2 heads. Okay. I got the 2 heads. That's right, that's right. Okay. Was it over here? She is the sin? There are nuns in the church? Beat me to it. So one day I was in school, this chair had a hole in it. Hey yo! Where are you going with that? Huh? Where are you going with that? Oh, what do you mean? Oh, is it this? Oh no, go back, Leon, go back. Hey yo, dude, she is what? Yeah, she's huh? Okay, was it? Okay, over here. Hey yo, she ain't got 2 heads? Yeah, I got 2 heads. You want me to show you? There you go. Insert. There you go. Insert. That Shen's really lucky? Yeah, I'm really lucky. In Sigma. Okay. There you go.
Condor 1 to Roost. I found the key to the church.
Copy that.
Key to the
Now
church.
go get Baby Eagle.
Right. No time to chat. I'm going in. Condor 1 out.
Baby Eagle. Baby Eagle. Who is Baby Eagle? Am I supposed to take this? Over here? Church. Okay. Follow the river. Or the trail? Hold on. Am I going the right? Okay. Go. Baby Eagle. Because Ashley's... Oh! Oh! Baby Eagle is Ashley! Oh! Okay. Can I F this? Wait. Wait, I went here, right? I did. What is this, though? Can I grab that? Oh. Did I not grab this? I don't... Did I not grab that? Oh my god. I'm losing my mind. You didn't know? I mean, guys! It's hard to, like, pay attention. It's hard to remember when you haven't played this game in, like, a week. Okay? You don't say your follower privileges. Okay, before Leon jumped out the window. Oh. remember. Ha ha ha. I remember. Okay. No, I went the wrong way. Did I? How did I get over here? It's a little road here. Damn it, Shen. What do you mean, damn it? Sounds like an excuse. We were playing at the same time. I played this game like when it first came out. I remember it. Okay, okay. You guys, you know, I have a bird brain, okay? Bird brain, guys, bird brain. I have bird brain. I haven't played this game, this remake, and I know it. Okay, guys, bird brain, okay? You know, I'm a goat. There's not a single dot in my head, okay? Alright. Leave the sheep alone. Okay. How do I get up there, guys? Am I supposed to go over here? Up here? And jump up here? I feel like I'm supposed to. Hold on, this is entrance here. Oh, hello, Kevin. Hello, welcome, welcome. How are you? I joined like 5 minutes ago, and I have to say, there's a lot less zombies than I expected. Yeah, in this game, they're all like humans that try to like attack you for no goddamn reason, and then they turn into like zombies afterwards. You don't? This is not a zombie RE game. So hello? Yeah, they're all humans. Basically, like they're like it's a village, and we're invading their home. It's a cult. Basically, yeah. No, not all RE games are zombies. What kind of? I think the proper term is like infected people, right? They're infected, or like they haven't turned yet, right? Over here? Is this the right way? Okay. Then there should be a door to go back. She lost her goat privileges. Yeah, I did. I lost my horns. RE2, yeah? Yeah, RE2. Wait, this is where I came from. Like, back. Guys, I'm so lost. What? Okay. This is where I battled the freaking dogs. I'm so lost. Okay. How did I get over there? Do I have to go back over here? Is that what it is? Wait, no, that's taking me back to the village. Am I supposed to go here? I don't know. They turned, but they still behaving like humans. It's like a mind control plague or something. I don't fucking know. Like TikTok. RE lore does get confusing. Yeah. Go back to where the merchant is. To where the merchant is. Where was that? Was it this? This area? This? No, was it? This? I think it was this. Stone pedestal. Okay, where am... Okay. Okay. I'm gonna assume. Shin, have you played RE5? No, I have not. I have not played RE5. I think I did when I was like younger. I played it with my brother, but I barely remember anything about it. Yes. Okay, son. Have a sip between us playing you the lore. Son. Oh, wait. Was it this? right? Am I missing this? Another stone? Hold on, I wanna get this though. Stone pedestal. Oh, treasure. I don't think I'm supposed to get that. It's fine. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna skip it. We're just gonna skip it. She did it? I don't know. I saw. I like Soulborn. Oh, what the heck? Soulborn? Better? What's this Soulborn? Mm-hmm. We're not lost? Yeah, we're not lost. I found my way back. Yeah, I'm back to the merchant. Listen, learn, don't ask Chef for directions. Yeah, don't ask me for directions. You know, whenever I give like GPS directions to like my friends, it's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Do I have room? Oh, can I sell him the egg? Is that...
Perfect. You're a real professional. Good
Okay.
stuff, stranger.
Nice, thank you.
Still, I don't get you.
Hold on.
Self-killed.
Can I build this? Oh. Miscellaneous. Where is it? Oh, is it this? Treasures? This. And then the green one for this one. And I can sell it. Okay. Wait, what about this? Oh, for selling only? Okay.
Welcome.
I might as well sell it then. Pearl.
I'll buy almost
This?
anything.
Almost anything.
Thank you.
Souls game. Oh, Souls game. What is that? Itoshi? RE1 to RE3 are zombies with no intelligence. RE4 to RE5 is intelligent zombies that are controlled by someone's. RE6 combination of RE1 to 5. RE7 to 8 new mutated monster, but they have controls on themselves. Oh my god, like at this nerd. She's a comically large woman. Dimitrescu. Is that the lady that the Bun's mummy keeps like speaking about? We are lost and I'm terrified. I'm terrified. How are you? I'm so proud of you for figuring it out. Thank you. I want her to stop work. Hey, yo. I'm a fucking rest the evil nerd, okay? It's okay. I like nerds. Nerds is what makes the world better. Okay. Now I have more space. Yeah, I might as well take this then.
Your enemies, sweet dreams.
And Yoshi spawns out of nowhere. Welcome back, Yoshi. Okay, I'm taking first aid. Attachable mines. I might as well buy everything, right?
Remember that, mate.
Okay.
Anything else pleasant, travel?
We're gonna storage. Okay. Now I have a scope on this. Does it not attach? Do I have to like? Alright. Parts. Alright, I guess this is it. Egg. Craft. Still more handgun ammo, cause I need it. Rifle ammo? Okay, let's do rifle ammo. Okay, grenade. Egg. This. Oh. Okay. And fish. Alright. This is good. This is good. This is good. Oh yeah, I have this now too. I forgot. The center. Haha. Right? Oh. Left. Wow, look at that. Look at my charms. I got Amo, Miss Ada Wong in the center, and weed. Merchant is a simp? Merchant is a simp? Oh my god. How come your rocket launcher costs 80k only and mine costs 160? Maybe because you're playing on hardcore mode? Okay, Itoshi. Maybe that's why. Is this the famous inventory management part of the game? It is. It is. The RE4 experience. Unrefrigerated fish. You know, it's just, it's fresh, okay? It's fresh fish. Very telling. I want to get a hardcore. Hey, yo! Hey, yo! Yoshi! Hey, yo! Get in here! Hey, yo! Don't trust anyone who has RE4 inventory all messed up. Are you talking trash about me? I think mine is pretty organized. Okay, save it. 9. Okay, and then we just go all the way back, right? All the way back to the church. Alright. I went up here. Over here. I can open this now. Okay. Not in public? Right? Not in public, guys. Come on. Keep that in the bedroom. You know, as much as I love BL, you know. Oh, shit. Fuck, I don't have any shotgun. It's okay. Is he out? I knew it! Fuck! I knew it! I knew it! Okay. I knew it. I knew it! Don't mind us sharing me and Yoshi has a hardcore section. Hey, yo! Record it, please? I knew it. Okay. I got this, guys! I got my trusty pistol! Okay. Sin, you're a girl, right? What's the wind resistance on those BJ handles? Headshots, headshots, headshots! Woo! Fuck. Okay, to be fair, that fucking bonfire was blocking me, okay?
Shit, that was close.
That freaking bonfire was blocking my way. Get away! How did I kill him? Did I just gotta waste my bullets on him? Hey, yo! Back shots? Okay. Back shots, back shots. Woo! Damn, Leon, why can't you fucking dodge? Oh my god, this is making me like Claire a lot more. I miss Claire. I miss Claire. Oh no, not Claire. I miss Jill. Fuck. I miss Jill. Fuck. Not Claire. I don't know why I said Claire. I miss Jill. I'm sorry. Leon is just just a shotgun. Oh wait. I'm sorry. Oh shit. Oh my god. I got this. I got this. Give me a moment. Oh, no way. Are we gonna get dogs? Wait, that's the dog I saved. Hey, yo! Wait! I'm a dog! No way, I'm a dog! No way! Oh my god, guys, this is so exciting! Oh my god! No. W dog? I'm a dog, oh my god. Turn around, you little gremlin.
Wanna help? 'Cause I could use
love this game so much. Oh my god.
Shit.
Woo! Oh god. I don't want. Fuck. Shit, I don't have any bullets. Fuck, I don't have any bullets. Like a dog. This. Oh yeah, you're right. I do have grenade. Okay. Oh. You know. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Oh my god, is it gonna bounce off? Run, 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 run. Are you dead? Are you dead?
Sorry.
Hey, yo! Oh my god! Oh my god! You have a machine pistol? I did, but I put it away! No! Oh my god.
That's what I'm talking about. Good boy.
Good boy! Good boy! Where's the... Get out of the house, get out of the house, get out of the house. Run, 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 run. Fucking Leon, oh my god. Leon, you little beware, Leon. Oh my god. Am I supposed to... Please stay still, please stay still. God. Oh my god. Hey guys, I got this. Got this, easy. Woo! Okay. Turn around. Okay. Okay. Got this. Shoot, shoot. Okay. Is this it?
God
I'm,
damn.
I'm just that good. I'm just
It's almost a pancake. Okay.
I'm just that good. Oh, what can I say, guys? I'm just that good. You know? Where's my dog? Can I pet him? Did he just dish me? Dog? Oh my god. Okay, you are doing better than that. Come on. You think I'm a beginner? Where's the dog? Dog? Hold on. This is where he came from, right? Over here? Oh no, over here. What's over here? Rearing log, 6 months. Its teeth has only just come through, but it shoves everything within its reach into its mouth. It can't walk yet, but it swallowed a dog whole 9 months. It already towers over me, but it keeps growing. The town hall can no longer contain it. 10 months. It keeps growing even after moving to the quarry. It can devour a whole cow in only 3 days. 13 months. It can swing our largest pickaxe as if it were a twig. One of the men in the village was almost eating it today too. It's not getting enough food. 17 months. There are only a few cows left now. At this rate, the whole village will starve. We summoned help from the castle and had them put the beast to sleep with an incantation. Hopefully, it won't wake for a long time. Oh. Oh my god. Damn. Damn, they locked him in this tiny little area. No wonder he's so angry. Hey, yo, look at those dogs. The dog is over there. Over there. Where? Over where? I didn't see a dog. Is he gone? Am I the one who don't see the dog? Did he walk away from me? Let's go over here. That's a whole lot of word that Shen doesn't understand. Okay, I understand. I get it. You know, he was a baby. They raised him. You know, and you know, they grew a mutant. Yeah, I get it. Oh my god. I really don't know. Okay, let me go up. Toes, angry and dumb. Yep. Fee, fi, fo, fun. Right, guys? Okay. This is right. Right? The dog can't stand you? That's why you left? No! I love dogs. Let them go enjoy the game. Yeah, let them go enjoy the game, guys. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. He dead? Oh fuck. Where is it? Did I go into here? I don't think I did. Did I? Wait, did I? I did. Here. Oh my god. Let the sheep enjoy the game. Woo! Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Why is the dog so hard to like fight? Okay. Can I go here now? Oh god. You did last chapter? You said you love dogs though and you okay, it attacked me. It attacked me first. Alright. Anything here? Look for Ashley. Machine gun ammo. I don't even have a machine gun. Oh. Can I make another one? Alright. Now I have 2. Oh, I might as well eat my eggs. Pop this. Okay. Hold on, let me check the other side. Oh god, thank you for the head pads! God. Okay! It was self-defense, guys! A blue dial. Hey, what is this for? Is this for the tone, oh my god, the stone thingy? Oh, what is this? Bolts? Can I loot that bag? No? Nothing? Okay. Close that shit. I regret redeeming that. What? Why? What do you mean? Why is it like that? Okay, I got a small key. Shinobi is in love, guys. Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. I gotta move it. QE. Okay, I'm assuming it's like... Oof! How long is this gonna take me? We'll see. We will see. It's supposed to fit the shape, right? Okay. I'm pretty sure red is correct. Oh, like this? Okay. Easy, guys. Easy, 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 easy. Easy. Come on, easy. Lucky? What do you mean, Lucky? This is such an easy puzzle. All you gotta do is line it up. That's so easy. I finished this in 10 minutes, not even joking. I just slapped my head and unlocked it. Wait, that was so easy, guys. No way you guys struggle with that. You know why I give you the credit? You gotta cheat. I'm not cheating, guys. So easy, you know. All you gotta do is just line it up, like the center.
Can't get into it because they would never understand.
That's such an easy puzzle. Okay, these puzzles are so easy.
Ashley.
Ashley?
Ashley Graham, are you in here?
Ashley Graham?
Listen,
Oh my god, Ashley?
easy with that. My name's Leon.
My name's Leon.
Since orders it. That one, well.
That was kind of funny. I'm not fine.
You need to listen to me.
What is that? Over there?
Uh-oh.
Pursue them. The lost lambs are escaping. Deliver unto them
Isn't he the merchant though? No?
salvation.
Ashley fucked me over here. Ayo, really? Wait, what did she do? Is it different, dude? Oh. In a good way or the bad way? Good question. Good question. Okay, my last save was this one. Oh, go back. In a bad way. Damn.
What do we do?
What do we do? I left her when she was in captain.
Do exactly as I say.
What? Why? Wait. Can she die? Dude, is it game over if she dies? Like, I have to protect her? No way. Yeah? Fuck. Okay. I hate this. I know this already. Oh my god. She's gonna... Oh, damn. I hate it when I have to, like, protect an NPC.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Absolutely terrible. Okay. Your cell phone? What is this? Sigma? Sigma. Okay. Come here. Skip the church.
Get the ladder.
Come on, Ashley. Yeah, like we were here. Like we were running. Yes, of course. And I was like, fuck, I'm leaving you. And she tripped. It's right there because now Leon will never be alone. Sigma balls. Sigma balls. Do you know about Ligma? Alright. go. Is this everything? What's in here? Ooh, glasses. A gold token. A gold token. Alright. Attachable mines. Fuck. Okay. Can I make bullets? Hold on. Handgun, shotgun shells. I can only make handgun. Okay. Alright, Ashley, let's go. Anything here? I'm missing nothing. Alright. To be fair, that does not sound like a very intuitive protecting strategy. Yeah, you're supposed to protect her. You just left her there. RE4 OG Ashley is annoying. Annoying? Why is she annoying? Because she keeps like tripping. OG Ashley screamed like there's no tomorrow. And I said the same thing a while ago. Yeah, he did. Yeah, Javier did. It was complaining about OG Ashley being annoying. Help! Is that what she says? In my language, sports mean sukon. Su as in suit, and con as in cut. Kun? I can hear the Leon. Leon! Okay, what is this? Flash grenade? Can I fit this? I could totally fit this in here. Definitely. Okay. No, well, I might as well use this, right?
Roost, I've secured Baby Eagle.
Copy that. Is she okay?
Affirmative.
Well done, Condor 1. I'll dispatch a chopper ASAP.
Okay, Ashley.
I'm sending you the coordinates for the
I can
extraction
totally
point.
fit this in here. That's what she said. Thank you for the hydrate. More water here. Water tastes amazing. Okay.
Like I said, it's dangerous. Stay close.
Okay. I feel like there's somebody there. It should have been me. Not her. You're curious? Listen to this. Okay. Search between tight and switch between tight and loose formation with control. Ashley will stick close behind Leon while in tight formation. This can be effective when running past enemies. Okay. Got it. Should water taste like anything? Water tastes like water, right? No? Tight and loose. I would love to be That's what he said. Okay. Control. Okay.
Okay, you're good.
Okay.
With me.
It's me. You crouch. Is she crouching? Okay. You better be crouching. I swear. Can I? Is there a typewriter in here? There is. Okay. Okay, we're gonna save. Because I do not trust her. Okay. Don't turn around. Can I sneak attack her?
Back up.
Got it. Oh, yeah. Kill the grandma.
Come on.
Come on.
They're coming. Get
Fuck. Fuck.
What is wrong with these people?
Get back! Oh my god. Okay. occurred, they would get away insulting in the game over. Okay. Okay. Fuck. I'm on fire? Okay. 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 I got this. Okay. I got this. Did you do yeah, I think I shot her. I was trying to shoot the guy that was carrying her. Okay? I was trying to shoot the guy that was carrying her. I mean, you can't have her, nobody can. Exactly, exactly. That's very right. Okay, Ashley. Stay back. Okay, there's two guys there. They're gonna go in. Yeah. Kill this old lady. Are they gonna come out? They can't see me, right? They can't see me, right? They don't see me, right? Hold on. Friendly fire, they're making way. Exactly. You get me? Okay, Ashley, come over here. We go the graveyard way. Come here, Ashley. Fuck, he's right there. He's fucking.
Get behind me.
Oh God! What is wrong with these people?
Ugh. Did he stab you? I did? Fuck. You know what? Oh, fuck. Fuck! Did I just make a run for it? Actually, let's go. Get your ass up. Fuck. Is this the right way? On site. Oh my god. Kick! Fuck. Go, Ashley, go! So I got this. Easy! Oh my god. Jesus Christ, they're tinky. Yeah, they're so tinky. You know, once you kill them, they just don't die. Oh, can I make bullets? Okay. There you go. Gunpowder.
I have something I think you like.
Really?
Welcome.
What is it?
I've got something new for you, mate.
Tune up. Okay, I might as well do this.
Dazzled.
Red
are
9.
you?
Make my red 9 super tank.
Demands no less.
Ammo.
Try that on for size.
Okay. What about this? Should I tank this up too? Fuck, I don't have space.
Where you gonna
Can I-
put this? Your pocket?
Get out of my pocket! I'm gonna put it in my pocket. Yeah, what problem is it? Fuck, I'll cancel it
Will
then.
do. Come back anytime.
You little B word. Oh, what's this? No mission? Famous last words. I got it easy, you know? Nobody knows how to run better than I do, because I'm a coward. A savage mutt. I need someone to get rid of the wild dog that's been roaming around the village. It'll be easy to spot it. It's not like normal dogs. Defeat their strong threat. Village chief and manor. Okay. Just one dog?
Hey, can we take a break?
No
Sorry,
breaks.
We need to keep moving.
Yeah, keep moving, Ashley. If I had to come all the way here for you, can you do the same? Damn. Why is this here? Can I shoot it? No? Okay, ignore what I just did. Oh, what's in here? Gunpowder. In here.
Hunnigan was right about the weather.
Okay. What's this? A necklace? Alright. You should hide your other pistol or sell it. We did the painting. Okay, I was just testing it out, you know? Like, what if... Wait, what's under here? Have I gone under here yet? Oh, fuck. Why doesn't Leon use 2 guns? I know, right? Why doesn't he use 2 guns? No, he could do like double handguns at the same time. You know, twice the fire rate. You know, twice the power. Okay, can I make more? Okay, I might as well make more handgun ammo. Okay, put this here. Alright. I think this is good, this is good. Okay. Why is there like scary music? Anything else? Oh my god. Double shotgun, right? Double shotgun? I didn't know about that. The secret. Really? Itoshi, it's like you're a noob player. You don't like check everything. Not exactly. Twice the accuracy though. Oh my god, you're right. But you know, I mean, you spam the shots. Like, you gotta have like 1 shot in, you know? The chances. Okay. Fun fact, Leon does that on RE6? Really? Yeah. Yeah, I'm calling you out. Guy, turn around, please! Turn around so I can like sneak attack you. Okay. That was so loud.
You're serious.
Oh fuck, fuck. Fuck. Ashley, you fucking bitch! Ashley, you be weird. Ashley, you be weird. Oh my god.
You hurt?
I had to help her up. Just get up on your own! Anything else here? Ashley, come over here! Ashley, come over here, please. Please.
Spread out.
Okay.
Oh, kick the grandma. Oh! Yeah, the grandma. Dude, get away from her!
Ashley.
God, Ashley, why can't you fight back? You annoy me so much.
One down.
Don't charge at me. That's scary. Okay. Okay. Did they keep coming? Are they coming here?
Come on.
Come on, Ashley. God damn. Damn. Now this is true RE4. Ay. Ooh, okay. Don't get up. Yeah, you better burn. Okay, Ashley. Oh my god, she scared me.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Hold on. Am I hurt? Oh my god. That's how every RE4 felt about Ashley. Oh my god, the grudge is growing. Be one of us. Damn. I get it now. I get it. I get why people don't like Ashley. Thank you for the follow. Me, myself, and 91003. Welcome. Hello. How are you? Welcome to the chat. I'm now playing some RE4. And I met Ashley. She's getting on my nerves a little bit. Okay, wasn't there a dog I had to kill here? Like a giant village dog. Good, you? I'm doing good! I'm having lots of fun playing Resident Evil. Yo. Wait, there's another well here. Okay. Thing here. Oh look, Itoshi, another well. Wait, did I come here already? I did. No way, did I just circle back? Is this the same well? Alright, I'm gonna prepare my dinner. I'll be looking good. Be good, ma'am. I will. Thanks for the lurk. Itoshi, thank you. Okay. I'm pretty sure there's another dog here that they kill for the task. Where's the Doge? Where's the Doge? Okay. I killed this old lady. Why are you guys always stealing my glasses? Okay, I'll go here. Oh shoot! I accidentally stabbed. Blind? You calling me a blind MF? Okay, there's gotta be a guy in here, right? Am I supposed to go here? Wait, there's a treasure here. Gap in the wall. There's a gap in the wall. Gap in the wall? Hey, yo. Gap in the wall? Hey, yo. Whistles. Okay, be quiet. Be quiet, Ashley, be quiet. Okay. Never mind, let's go back down. Actually, let's go back down. Actually, let's go. No! Oh my god! I didn't mean to do that. Fuck! Fuck, I didn't mean to do that! Shit! Okay. Oh my god, okay. Shit, you wanna explain your kinks, huh? I mean, guys, I really like, Mask. Yeah, I like Mask. You know, I like it when men are mysterious and, you know, mysterious and cold, you know? Okay, we're not gonna go here. Okay. She's a licker. Yeah, I'm a licker. How do I get back down then? Shit. Okay, we're not gonna go here. Let's go over here. So you, so you want Dream to make you Dream? No, not Dream. Okay, not Dream. Can I? No, I don't want to knock this down. Can I just get down? Okay. Can I go inside here? Okay. There you go. Is it a vintage compass? Alright. Anything? Nothing? Javier has been falling for 3 months, 23 days, and 22 hours. Woohoo! 3 months already? Oh my god. Jason? Jason! Jason! If you guys don't know that reference, damn, you guys.
Over here.
Cantators has been following Shinobi for 7 months, 26 days, and 22 hours.
I need you to open it from the other side.
Woohoo! Oh my god. Almost 4 months? Yeah, time does go fast. So fast. I feel like sometimes, you know, I'm like sitting and like, you know, I feel like time is going by too fast. You know? Like you just have like that, the real, like, the realization. You know? Like what have I been doing for the past 3 hours that I've been sitting on this chair doing nothing? Besides, you know, being the Lulu, you know? Jason! Heavy Rain? Yeah, Heavy Rain. I love Heavy Rain. Heavy Rain is like one of my favorite games. You know, I loved it. I played it as a kid and like every single time I make him what's his name? The dad? I make the main character sleep with the reporter girl. The journalist girl every time. Must have been the win. Okay, let's go over here. Come on. Time's the beach. I feel like 2020 was maybe a year ago. Yeah, same. Me too. Don't even ask me about 2020. That was 2000? 2000? Yo, 2000? I wasn't even born yet. It's not really a game, more like an interactive story. Okay, it is. You're right. I mean, like games like that, like Heavy Rain, what's it, The Quarry, you know, Until Dawn. It's like a really long movie. You know, I think that's why I like it. A really long movie with like multiple endings. You know, and I love multiple endings. You know, if I'm dedicated enough, I would do every ending. Yeah, Detroit Become Human. Yeah, Detroit Become Human. Love that game. Love Connor. Everybody loves Connor. Okay, was it over here? I don't want to miss anything. Hold on. There's that. Okay, there's a dead end. Okay. Come on. Okay. Okay, this is the photo. Okay. I went there already. We came from... Am I going the right way? I confused myself. Hey, I haven't been here. Have I? The fucking bathroom? Okay, I thought there's anything here. I hate reading, so fuck VNs. What? What's your stance on VNs? Kinda accept more like a book with multiple endings? What is VNs? Like, what is VN? Okay. Over here. Hey, this is where I got the dog. Is this a dead end? Okay. This is a freaking dead end. How do I get across then? Hold on, let me look at my map. Okay, this is blocked and this is blocked. Savage Mutts? The Mutts is in the house? The Mutts is in the house. Oh my god. Oh, visual novels! Oh! I like visual novels. It's a lot of reading for me though. So I agree. But I like visual novels. 13? Yeah. I know there's one dude that's taking his time because I prefer every door. Oh. Every door. The... What? Am I tripping? It says the mud is here. Where's the mud? Hold on. The mud? Did I miss them? Did I miss the mud? Or am I tripping? Oh well. Moving on. Moving on. Shen is tripping. She's off her meds. I am off my meds, guys. I'm off my meds. Okay. Another painting. This?
Come on.
Come on, Ashley. Is there like, how do they call the space under the roof? Attic? Oh! I don't think there's an attic.
What is this place?
I didn't see an attic. Guys! Guys! Somebody called you an owl. Ashley! Ashley, someone called you an owl. Whew. Get it, guys? Cause who? Cause get it? Cause who? Who? I didn't understand who, cause the sound that a owl makes is who. Who? Get it? Village Records, Volume 2. All the men cheered when they heard the boat as it raced across the surface of the water. That magnificent oil will surely help us catch fish easier than ever before. The ironworks was only built a year ago, but has already merged well with the village. Our sickles and knives shine like never before. The 2 fish we got from the deal will eat almost anything and are breeding well. The fish farm in the swamp is also making excellent progress. During the day, I teach literacy and mathematics to children. Every evening, I dine with a single family to hear their grievance and recent gossip. All under the roof of this home we built. Under the roof? Since I opened the village up to the outside, we have prospered and the people are happier. Smiles has been started to appear on their faces. A strange group of black-robed people descend upon the village from the castle and raise an ominous flag with a spider-like insignia upon it. After preaching about salvation and forgiveness, they injected us with something they claim will cure us of madness. Can they be trusted? Oh. Who are you? Santa Claus. What does it say here? The father's portrait. Watch over the village in my steed. And may smile always find you in photographs. Oh. Spoiler alert, they can't be trusted. Exactly. Nice job, dude. Raise one finger up. Like Roman Ray. Forget it. Who is Roman Ray? I hear that. I hear the little spinning toy. Where is it? Am I tripping? Okay. The long-awaited Ironworks, 1992. Oh my god, 1992? I was not even born yet. Chess. I love chess. Anything else? I'm forgetting here. Anything here? Ooh.
Okay, you good.
Okay,
With me.
Right.
got it.
Okay. This is a doghouse. Village Records. Oh. I missed a lot in the village. Never been on this one either. Really? Those are the photos of the family. You just no. Rip. It's so awesome. Right? The elder entrusted the village to me today. He told me I can learn my duties. Duty. As I go, I will start by keeping a record of the village. There are many words I cannot write, but the elder encourages me. I will do my best. There's a young boy who lives in a cabin by the lake with his grandfather. It seems that his mother was called to heaven upon his birth. His grandfather doesn't talk much, but the lad is very bright and spirited. He told me a story about a knight who rides a donkey again today. Oh my god. The boy's grandfather was falling ill and his condition worsens every day. The boy worries terribly about him, and there are murmurs about a madness among the villagers. As I took my leave, the old man pulled me aside and said, "If anything happens, you know what to do." I could only nod in response. It was a terrible night. Everyone stood around the cabin and watched as it burned to the ground. The boy looked on without saying a word. Even as dawn broke, he didn't move a muscle. The next day, he was gone. Oh. I see. Antique camera. Oh my god, is this the boy? Navarro family, 1981. Photo of a boy and his grandfather. Hold on. Let me take a look again. Okay. This everything.
Spread out.
Oh, fuck.
Stick close.
Okay.
Stick with me. Where's that spinning coming from? Oh, I already saw that. How do I get out? Oh, I see that freaking little toy. Oh my god. I had to shoot 16 of these, and I only found 2. Damn. Okay. Am I not supposed to go over here? Oh. How do I get out? Through the window? Also, when am I gonna meet Ada? I wanna meet Ada. I guess we leave. Okay. Come on, Ashley. Something here. Oh, I see the dog! Can I kill him through the gate? Come here, dog. Okay. Wait, it came here already. Oh, I see the dog? Can I kill him? Okay, okay. It's in a good way, okay? The dog is a bad character. I'm supposed to kill it. I'm just doing my job, okay? Just doing my job. I am a dog lover, okay? You know, I'm just doing my job. Okay. Wait, I just came back here. Okay. Can't go here. Nothing here. What the fuck?
Hi there.
Oh! Fuck. Yo, why is this dog so strong? Fuck you, actually. Oh my god. I'm dead. Oh god. Fuck. Fuck, actually, I'm sorry. I had to reload. I'm sorry, actually. Fuck. I'm sorry, Ashley. I had to reload. Where are you? Where's the dog?
Hi there.
Oh my god. Fuck. This guy's in my way. No, there's two. Fuck. Shit. I don't have bullets. I don't have bullets. Rifle ammo. Okay. Submachine gun ammo. Let me eat my egg. Damn, I should have ate my egg. Damn. Okay. Fuck. I'm sorry, actually, I'm gonna have to ditch you. Fuck. Okay. I need ammo. What is this? Okay. Fuck! Fucking. Oh, she's telling me where am I going. I'm sorry, Ashley. Combine yellow gray. Oh my, you're right. You're right. Okay. Oh my god. I can't go anywhere. Shut the fuck up, Ashley! I thought you were incapacitated. I thought you were. How are you running right now? Come here, Ashley. Come here.
Hi there.
Okay. You're meaner than me? What do you mean? Oh shit! I can't do anything! Get out of the way! I can't shoot them with this. Fuck, I'm dead. I can't do anything. It's okay. It's okay. It's a-okay. Is Leon okay? I don't even know if I don't think he's okay. Okay. Damn, that just does so much bullets. Hold on. Let me grenade. Alright. Alright. What if we leave the dog alone? I don't think we could. Can we? But I need to kill the dog though. It's part of my task. Let me see. We're gonna sneak.
Okay, it's all right.
Never mind, never mind. Stay close. Fuck.
Hi there.
Take his grenade! Take it! Don't get up! Don't get up! Where are you, dog? Where are you? Come here!
Here you go.
Give me a warning next time?
Fuck you! Oh my god.
Present for you.
Are you dead? You know? Okay? Ashley, just an idea. Okay, Ashley? What if you just get out of my way? What if you found the dude first and took him out? Great idea, great idea. Hopefully, hopefully the dog don't find me first. Hopefully the dog don't find me first. Ugh! Okay. Ashley, Ashley's kind of annoying. Actually. Wait, can I just get on top of the house? Is that possible? There has to be like a ladder or something for me to get up, right? Oh. Okay. The dog? The dog is right there, right? Where's the guy?
Hi there.
Fuck, did he find me? Fuck. Fuck, I should run. I should. What's over? Ashley, come on! Ashley, come here! Ashley. Ashley, get up. Ashley, get up. Fuck. Oh shit, how do you know? I thought you were behind me! Climb up, climb up! Ashley, get up! Ashley, get up! Ashley, get up! Ashley, get up, Ashley. Please. I'm begging. Okay. Where's the dog? Doge, where are you, Doge? Oh fuck, why you gotta do that? Fuck! Please die! Don't coño me, please. Oh fuck. Fuck, he pushed me! Oh my god, he pushed me! Ashley, get up! Oh, fuck! I was shooting the wrong guy. Fuck! Fuck! Please! Please! Fuck! Fuck! I'm dead. How many dudes are there? Too many. Too many. Damn. Martina just shot herself with a 50 caliber. We're good. Oh my god. She can take on some dudes, but that's too many. It is too many. Okay, I got this. I got this. What if we just... Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna make a run for it with Ashley to the roof. Right? To the roof. Kick down the roof. Okay. That seems right. Right? Alright. Okay, come on, Ashley. Hurry up. Over here. Hurry the fuck up, Ashley! Oh my god, what's this? Just coins?
Hi there.
Fuck. Come over here, Ashley! Okay, ladders are here. Oh my god, Ashley, get up! Ashley, get up! Ashley, get up here, Ashley! Where the fuck is Ashley? Okay, kick down the ladder.
Hi there.
Okay. We're gonna stealth. Okay. Okay. Dodge. Dodge. Dog. Where's the dog? since I'm up here, I might as well kill them, right? These guys? Wait. Shin? Up here? I could go down here. Is there a guy down here? Wait. I'm guessing I have to go over here then, huh? I'm falling asleep. I watch as far as I can, but I can't, but I say goodbye. Good night, everyone. It was nice to see you again. Good night, Javier. It's okay. Thank you for coming by. Have a good night. Rest well. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Alright. Okay. Have a good night. Okay. Yep, make sure you drink water. I don't have a closet, you dumb idiot. You don't have a closet! Make sure you check under your bed then. Did she jump down? Oh my god. Actually. Am I supposed to go over here? Is that why there's a light here? Oh no, I did go here. Oh, this is where I came from. Okay, actually, go back. Okay. H2O, not whiskey. Yep, H2O. Oh, he's in there. He's in here. You know, fuck this dog. Okay. We're not gonna go here. Oh fuck, he pushed me! Fuck! Is he dead? You better be dead, you better be dead. Oh. Okay, I'm guessing I have to go over here. You gonna fuck that? No! No, that's not what I mean! I love dogs. Oh, my knife broken. Okay. Is he dead? Oh my god, very shot! Why you gotta do that, please? Okay.
On me.
Come on, Ashley. Okay. Come over here. Let me check this house. Any loot? Any loot? Any like boxes I didn't open yet? Oh my god. I love dogs. Yeah, I think that's what it's being. Not in that way, okay? In like a motherly way, okay? Yes, it's not a kink. It's not a kink, guys. I'm not into like bestiality, okay? I'm not that much of a furry. All right. Sure. Yeah, sure. Okay. Say 14. She's a furry. I'm not that much of a fairy, okay? Not like that. Alright? Not like that. Okay. Might as well mix this with yellow. Why can't I... Oh. Goodness gracious. Oh yeah, I have fishes, huh? I could've just ate the fish. Can I can't discard this? Can I make more bullets then? I need 12. Okay, I might as well make more handgun ammo. Okay. Alright. Put this here. Put this here. This here. This here. I gotta organize some stuff here, guys. Alright. There we go. There we go. There's a dude here. Get down, Ashley. Not a goat, a sheep. She's not an organized person, IRL. That's true. That is true. Fuck. Fuck! Okay. Oh my god! Fuck. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, Claire. Oh no, fuck it! Not Claire, fuck. Ashley! Ashley, get your ass up. Come on, Ashley! Tentacles! I mean, you're not wrong about that! What? I can't. Oh, yeah, I don't have a knife. That's right. Okay. Fuck. Ashley, little bitch! Okay. There's a horse. There's a fucking ox dude here too. Are you kidding me? Get up! Get up! Get up, Ashley! Get up! Come on! Ashley, we go over here! Don't hit me! Please! You know what? I might as well open this since I'm here. Oh my god. Lots of tentacles! Yoshi down! Hey, yo, Yoshi! Fuck. Get on my way! Get on my way! Don't kick me! Come on, Ashley! Come on, Ashley! Come on! Okay. Come on! Come on, Ashley! Come on! Make a run for it! Come on, Ashley! Oh my god! I made it! Oh my god! Same as Shen. I'm not down, I'm up. I'm ascending. I like how the gameplay is basically, oh my god, oh, I locked shit. That's basically the whole game. Lewis?
We all have names. Now then. Who are you? What are you doing here?
Luis.
Very good questions, unfortunately.
Isn't that the guy I was like locked in
Case. Here.
together? Right?
Ashley, quick. Over here.
Or is this the first time I'm meeting him?
Go.
Don't question, just go! Yes? Ah. What, Shen dies multiple times in this chapter?
Hey.
No. It's him? Ah. Oh my god! You see ammo?
Reports of them against two of us.
Oh, he gives me ammo!
Let's not forget. These
Can you give me more ammo?
monsters. Done warming up? Hope you stretch. Yeah. Now you shut up.
Oh my god, the boards! Okay.
Go.
Can I board it up? Is there more boards? No way. Is it fucking like a mass shooting again? Fuck. I hate these. How did you let him in? Bro, oh my god. I thought you got it covered. Woo! board I have? Just one singular board. Anything else in here? Oh my god. Where are you? I don't want to shoot your head. I don't. Yeah, you're perfectly fine, dude. You got out of that. You're perfectly fine. What do you mean help? I'm the one who needs help. Oh god. Kick it! Oh fuck. Shit. Ah! I'm on fire! I'm on fire! Oh my god! Don't fucking yell out my name! Oh fuck. Okay, let me name this. Don't call my name! I have a bush on my tail already. Oh my god, my game is lagging. Oh my god. The graphics too high, oh my god. I'm in the corner. No, shit. Oh my goodness.
Not bad.
I need more ammo. Give me ammo. Give me ammo. Give me ammo, bro. Fuck. Can I make ammo? Fuck. This is not ammo. What is this? Submachine gun? Damn. Oh. Damn. Okay. Can I fit it in? I can fit it in. Hold on, guys. I gotta organize some stuff here. This? There we go. Okay. Hold on. Craft. Okay. Oh no. Stop calling my name! Stop calling my name, bro! What are the planks? Fuck. Okay. Wait. Do this. No, I can't. This guy, he keeps saying Leon. Okay,
All right.
Yo, bro! Oh my god! Fuck! Stop, please! A ladder? Oh god. Oh god. Upstairs! You wanna go upstairs? Yeah, give me some ammo, bro.
How thoughtful.
How thoughtful, how thoughtful. Oh wow! I'm dead. You pay attention! No. I don't have an egg. Can I eat you? I want to loot all of this first. Wait. Let me grab all these free money before I go up there, please. Are you not coming? Woo! Oh god. Oh my god, so much going on. My game is so lagging. Oh my god. Oh God!
We've got a big one on our hands.
Give me some ammo, bro. Give me some ammo, please.
Guess we think we're rude. So much for servicing a smile, huh?
Bro!
Guess bullets were just as well.
Super bad. What do you mean? Fine! Shut the fuck up! Give me some help here! Goodness. I need to reload, bro! Bro! Shit! Okay. Get out of the way! Get me out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Ah! Yo! Yo! I don't want anything else. Give me healing items, hey! Not kitchen knife!
I'll take this one.
You bitch, that was mine! Okay. Craft. Oh, I'm just gonna lose it.
This way, hurry!
Oh my god. Can I get more ammos for him first? Before before we leave, please. Oh. Ouch. Yeah. Easy, easy, easy. Wait, is she turning?
Is this the first time you've coughed up blood like this?
You want to start explaining?
The cough, the blood.
Oh my god,
It's caused
what's
by
happening in
something
chat?
called, plaga.
Shouldn't notice it. Thank God. Shen, what do you call a goat ninja? I don't know, Shinobi.
The same thing inside you. The same thing.
Why are you mad at my boy Louis, bro? Cause he's not helping me.
They're only the beginning.
She in fact surrounded by men.
well,
Shinobi.
Lucky.
Almost got it.
This early stage of
Easy, easy. Us plaga.
These possible
plague.
treatment with the surgical procedure. And all you need is some know-how. Oh yeah, the right equipment.
Ooh.
You too?
No worries. See, I have a plan.
He seems so like roguelike,
But you're going to have to trust me.
like a thief. Like he's gonna steal my heart.
Great. We're part
Are you?
of the question. Just take it. Because it makes me feel better. Let's leave it at that.
All right.
We'll contact you later.
Wait, no. Okay, buddy. Leave us alone. Sure. Yes, save my progress. 15. Lewis looks like he's gonna show you the world. I can show you the world. That's all I know. Like even Shen expression says she's in love with Lewis. Hey, I mean, wink, wink.
Hey,
Ada?
Now where's the amber?
Fortunately, it's not on me at the moment.
Ada Wong?
And you
I
really
mean-
should be telling me
Mommy?
what a good job I did. Busted my ass and managed to hide it right before I got caught. Which is why I'm still alive.
Is she gonna kill him?
The deal was, we get you out of here when you deliver the amber. No amber, no protection, Luis.
Ada Lee? Not Ada Lee! Ada Wong, guys.
I'll go get it now. How about that?
Kick me, Ada. He's not dying yet? Yet! So he's gonna die? Is that what you're telling me?
I do have something else I need to get too.
This is Roost. I've got some bad news, Condor One.
Okay.
With the weather like this, the chopper can't make its approach. Can you stand by until it clears?
Negative. Too dangerous.
Negative.
We're gonna get out of
Stomp
here.
me,
Find someplace
Ada.
safe.
I'm sorry.
Ada?
I wish I could do more to help.
More like
Don't worry
Bida.
about it.
Ha 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 ha.
Condor 1, out. Let's go.
Womp womp. Chapter 6.
What's gonna happen to me?
You're gonna die.
Let's just focus on getting out
You're
of here.
gonna die. Escape the village.
Right.
Yeah, right? Alright. I want Ada to suffocate me if it dies. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Grenade. What's this? Rifle ammo? Okay. Pretty sure we don't go here. We go here.
I
Alright.
have something I think you like.
Hello? Midnight Stroll. You ever seen those nasty guys with the tentacles sprouting out their heads? Not only are they dangerous, but they are a pain to kill too. They do have a weakness though. They absolutely hate bright lights like the sun. That's why you won't see them out during the day. Oh my god. So you ever go for a walk during the night, it'd be worse to keep some flash grenade handy. Hell, I keep a couple on me at all times. You can make some yourself and see the recipe I'm selling if you're interested. I already bought it, did I not? Let me see.
Welcome. I've got something new for you.
A riot gun. A riot
What
gun.
you see is what I've got.
Is a riot gun better? TMP. A compact submachine gun with high rate of fire. Compatible with the TMP stock. Okay. Red 9. Red 9 is the best gun, right? So it's a better pistol. So I can get rid of the pistol I have. Right? And then Sentinel 9. I can get rid of a bolt. Okay. 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 Time to cause some mayhem. Tentacles. If you look closely at Shen's computer, there's a folder appropriately named Tentacles RE4. And it's full of the tentacles from RE4. Hey, guys, don't call me out like that. Come on. How do you know? Okay.
Will that
Okay.
be all?
No, I want to look at my storage. Okay. I'm gonna store this. This is pistol ammo, right? Pistol ammo. Okay. This is pistol ammo. Huh. Skull shaker. Huh. Should I keep this then? I low-key don't want to keep this because I barely even use it. Let me just put it away. Okay. Red 9 pistol ammo, yes. Okay. She's not there. Yeah, I'm not denying it. You think I have shame? Come on. Okay, shotgun shells. Submachine gun ammo. Okay. I wanna buy submachine gun.
Welcome.
Hold on. Okay. 3 emeralds. Okay. And this one. This is 2 squares. Okay, I don't have 2 squares. I might as well do this one. What this one? For selling only? What this? Selling only?
Welcome.
Okay, so this, so this, so this,
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. The price, well, that's
so
our
this,
choice,
this.
mate.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Alright. I'm back. Welcome back, Kevin. Welcome,
Cash in
welcome.
your pocket.
Where
or
did your
your
stuff go?
life.
You have so much room now? I know, right? She ate them. I did not eat them. Makes sense. She Skyrim ate all the items. Hey, I love Skyrim, okay? I love my girl Astrid, okay? Oh, yes, dying? Well, you do have 20 wheels of cheese on you? That's so stupid. Oh no, bro, I just picked up this basket now. It weighs 6,000 pounds. Let me eat this basket now. That's hilarious. A riot gun. Okay. What is a riot gun? Can I... shift? A
Not
semi-automatic
anything you
shotgun.
like, stranger.
Is it better than this shotgun? No. I'm looking at the wrong one. Action shotgun. Okay. Read the description. I'm reading it. I'm reading it. They're all the same. Better shotgun. Okay. I want a better. I have no space though.
Anything else I can help? Pleasant travels.
Okay. Let me put this away. Okay. I want the better shotgun. Okay.
Ah, that there's a real boomstick, mate.
Boomstick,
It'll
mate.
reduce your target to a bloody pulp.
Thank you, thank you. I'm reading the description. I'm reading it, guys. I'm reading it. Okay, I'm gonna buy this.
You'll cut through the crowd.
But we like the tentacles, right? We do, right? We do. Yeah, we do. Sell old shotgun? Older shotgun. Should I just sell all of them then?
Your valuables won't do you much good in
I feel kind of attached to this one though. Like, I kind of don't want to sell it. Okay. Yeah, sell this. Kitchen knife. Sentinel 9. You know, should I sell your gun? Pacific. Okay. Okay. Pacifist, maybe. Okay. Also, welcome, man. Mark Kefai. Welcome. Please tell me if I'm saying your name right. Welcome, man. Liberals, right? Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna sell it. Okay, I don't need this too. Sentinel 9, I'm gonna sell it.
Time is money,
Okay. What else am I selling? That. The old shotgun. We're gonna keep this. I feel lucky attached. We're gonna keep it.
I'll buy it at a
Okay.
high price.
At a high price. Okay. What can I buy though? Standard power. Might as well buy
Stocking up
this.
while you can.
Rocket launcher. Do I need a rocket launcher? I don't think I need it. Okay. Oh, I can just buy it back. For
Why not
more.
try your hand at a new gun, stranger? Might save
Okay.
your life.
Rocket launcher. That's it? That's all you have?
Got a selection of good things
Tuna.
on sale, stranger.
Red 9.
There
You do
you
this.
are. As
Ammo.
you wish.
Reload speed. You do this.
See how that feels?
Rate of fire.
A fella like yourself should notice the difference.
Reload speed.
right
Okay.
away.
Ammo. Okay.
Dazzled, are you?
We're just gonna power up. All the way. Alright. Riot shotgun. Reload speed. Alright.
This kind of work is about finesse, stranger.
Looks good. Looks good.
Little bit goes on. Don't get
All
yourself
right.
killed now.
I won't blame you since my name is Polyish. Really? Oh my god. Nice, nice. That's a nice name. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. How's your day been going? It's been going good. I'm getting bullied here. How was your day? How was your day, huh? How was your evening? How is your... Oh my gosh, shotgun shells. How was your time being alive? Can I switch shotgun to... Oh, wait, it's already this. Okay. Yeah. Fun fact, when you walk up to the enemy, you can press Alt... Not... Okay, you think you can give me that? I'm not dumb, alright? I am not dumb. I'm not gonna fall for the Alt F4. Okay? King Shamey Shen. Okay, not even King Shamey. They're just coming out with like fake kings. Okay, none of those kings are real. Yes, I also refreshed. You guys are liars. You guys are liars. You guys are such liars. My day is good. Has been busy drawing Leon from Resident Evil against the evil version of it named Dion. Oh my god! Really? Oh my god! I love arts. I really do love arts. Wait, does Dion have dark hair? Dark hair Leon? Is he basically dark hair Leon? Because, you know. Wait, this is where I came from, right? Or no? I'm so confused. Hold on, let me go save. I don't think I saved. There you go. This is my first time playing Resident Evil 2, so be prepared for a lot of yelling. Alt F4 works? No, it doesn't, guys. You think I'll fall for it? Come on, I'm an experienced gamer, okay? Yep, he stands at 6'5". 6'5"? Oh my god, that's almost my height. Shit, I know you're down bad behind your king solution. What do you mean? I'm hiding them. They're hidden. Okay. Alright. Tighten the defenses. This is a direct order from Lord Sadler himself. Convert the area beyond this point into a defensive position so that no intruders may pass. I am willing to make any and all sacrifices for the sake of the righteous faith. My devout believers. Build me an impregnable fortress. Ayo, what? Make sure any heathen foolish enough to trespass may pay. Oh my god! Trespass pays for their wicked sins and blood. Okay. Oh my god, I can't read. Shen, you're not even 5'11". What do you mean? I am 5'11". I am 5'11". I know you had tentacles. RE4 fire on your computer. Okay, I was kidding about that. Okay, that was a bit. Okay. Stay here. Why are you turning? Oh. Okay. He's down. I'm gonna rob him. Okay, go over here. ¿Dónde estás? Está no aquí. Please. Okay. Crouch.
We're doing this.
Fuck. We are doing this. Ooh. My god, my gun is so strong.
Ashley!
Fuck, Ashley! Are you kidding me, Ashley? Well, I'll pick you up later. Okay. Get up, Ashley. Get up.
All right.
You're taller than me. I'm only 5'11". Oh my god, you're only 5'11". You're so short. Is this mean? Is this gaslighting, guys? Oh fuck. Fuck, he kicked me. What's up? Fuck! Oh my god! Get over here, Ashley.
Give me space.
Okay.
Are you dead? Oh my god, oh. Is that red 9? Yeah, it's red 9. This is red 9. Who is shooting at me?
Come on.
Ashley, come on. Ignore. Fuck! Okay. Oh my god! Of course you're strong as hell. Don't get in the fire, Leon! Please! Actually, she stepped on it. She stepped in the bear trap. I've been hiding in a closet. You've been hiding in a closet. Hey, yo. Oh my god! Oh my god! Ashley! I too like untrapped her. Ashley. You got out. Come on. Ashley. Get up. Ashley, now's not the time. Get up, please. Come on, Ashley. Come on, please. Come on. You're a bad babysitter. She got it. She's. Oh god. I can't miss Ashley. Okay, over here. This way.
Sure is quiet.
Over here. Can I unlock this? God. I need a key.
Looks like I need something.
Oh god, my game. Thanks for the redeem. 1, probably 10 he wants to. I wonder how many girls Leon raised. Oh, a lot. I'm one of them. One of the 10 girls. Okay. Actually. Quiet. Do I have to go up? Damn. Is there no way to go up there? Down. Okay, you're definitely one of 10 girls, yo. Definitely. Oh shit. Woo!
Come on.
Woo!
They keep coming.
Give me ammo, give me ammo. What is this? Shotgun? Oh my god, just run. Actually, let's go. Come on. What is this? Yellow herb? Okay. Oh my god. Hold on. Let me grab this. Come on, Ashley. Come on. In total, it was Dirty Girl who wanted to date me, so I said no. Dirty Girls? Hey, yo. That's a lot. Okay. Oh god. Game, please. Don't do me like this. Okay. Can I go to the basement? What do I do here? No. Go back. Come here. Oh god, the game, please! Please don't lag like this, please! Where's the ace spray? It's a chainsaw guy. Hey, that was kind of hot. Why is the game lagging so much? I have no clue, Sensor. Smash or pass, Ada and why? Smash because Ada is mommy. There's no other answer. Oh my god! Oh! Please. Please, run. Woo! I want ammo, please. Oh my god, it's lagging so much. Oh my god, so much is going on. Oh my god, please. Where did you go? I'm dead. She's gonna see the sister with Ashley. That wasn't necessary. Really? Oh my god. Wait. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean? You're right. I should lower the graphics on. See if it works a little bit better. Honestly, I don't even know what graphics I'm playing on. Here, let's do this. Yes? Okay. Should I do 120 hertz? Alright. It should be good, right? Okay, return to game. No, girl, you're at 2K? Really? Should I go back? Your max memory is 7.8, you're using 7.21. Should I make it lower then? Right? No? Yes? Not the resolution? Scroll down this. Oh. Image quality. No. No? Oh shit, I have mission blur on. Should stop being a boomer? What do you mean stop being a boomer? What am I supposed to look at? What am I supposed to look at, guys? Tech support. Put some settings on medium. Some setting on medium. Mid. Okay. Can I do high? High should be better, right? High is good. Because under, right? Is under. Es bueno? Bueno? Está bueno? Should be good now? Okay. Alright. Oh, it looks so weird! Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, I'm ready. Can you stay out? Can you stay there?
Got it.
Okay. Gonna take this. I think you messed the resolution. It's fine. You can also put Ashley in the locker. Can I?
Hide.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Go in there. Go in there. Oh my god. Her V2 studio is lagging too. Yeah, it's been lagging the entire stream, but you know, I care too less. I care. I don't care about it. Alright. Can I... Is there anything for me to grab here? In case? As the tech support, this hurts me. It's fine! It's fine! It's not hurting anyone, you know? For real. It's fine, guys. It's fine.
I'm a one-lady type of guy.
Can I just kill them with a shotgun? Is that possible? Okay, reload. Okay. Oh! Are you dead? Woo! Come here. Woo! Oh god. Okay, I don't have any more bullets. What is this? This is rifle ammo? Can I... Okay. No. No more ammo. No more ammo. Okay. Woo! I'm dead! Okay. Okay. It's okay. The flashback that Leon does is so unnecessary. I know, right? But it's okay. Shit might be for the hood. I'm a hood uni. Oh, grenade! You're right! You're right! I do have a grenade. Okay. I do have a grenade. Okay. Okay. Get in here.
What?
Get inside.
Okay.
Okay, I gotta look at my health too. Okay, got my shotgun out. I'm ready. Hold on. Can I... Okay. Alright, I'm ready. I got... I got this. We're gonna focus on these two. I think, you know? Hey Shinobi, which character in Resident Evil would you date and kiss and why? I would... I don't know, are you talking about like kiss, marry, and kill? I would definitely marry Jill. I love Jill. Oh fuck.
There you go.
Oh god. Get my way, get my way. Get my way. Is she dead? Get out of here! Come on, guys. Let me focus first. Bro! Oh fuck! I don't know why I threw it there. Take that! She dead. How are you not dead? Fuck. Okay. Run, 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 run. To this side. Woo! Oh god! Hold on. Guys, give me a second. Give me a second! I would definitely kiss Leon. But Mary Jill kiss Leon and kill, I don't know, Claire. Okay. Honestly, yeah, kill Claire. I would definitely kill Claire.
Keep coming.
Ah! Fire! Are there like unlimited guys or something? Damn. Please. I don't want any more bullets. Okay.
Damn it.
Is there anybody else? Okay. Come on. Let me loot this guy. Okay. Is that everything? Is that everything? Is that everything? Anything else? Nothing? Oh, Jesus Christ! Okay. Did she hate Claire? I hate Claire. I hate Claire. Honestly, why do I hate Claire? I don't know. She's kinda... Her weapons are kinda eh. I don't like her weapons. I mean, I don't really like Jill either, but I love Jill, you know? She was like my first love. You know what I mean? Who will win a fight, Leon from Resident Evil or Springtrap from FNAF? No, I don't know who Springtrap is though. I never play FNAF. I do want to play FNAF though, like, maybe I'll stream it, FNAF. I want to stream FNAF one day. Let's see. Maybe on Halloween. But I think Leon, you know, Leon got the plot armor, you know? He's the main character. Okay, go here. I think. Oh! Could I put her in this locker instead of the locker down there? I could have done that. Leon will backflip out of here, out of there. Yeah, right? Okay, where do I go here? Huh? There's a ladder there. There's a treasure here. Hold on. There's a treasure here? Where? Am I just blind? Oh. Oops. Hold on. Oh, I'm in the wrong way. This way? Is this ammo? Okay. Oh, I skipped it. Was it on top of the? Oh, I see. All right. Guess we go here. Then. Right? Oh my gosh. Oh, TwitchCon. Damn, Shen, are you going to... You think I'm gonna fall for that, huh? Salcon? Salcon these nuts! Salcon? Oh my god. Do you wanna hop on? Hop on? Senso? Hop on these nuts! You guys, it's so childish. Shaking my head. It can never be me. Come on. Hop on these nuts. What? Oh my god. Loot? Hold on. Give me a second, Ashley. Okay. Wait, how do I get that though? Is there an entrance up here? Oh, there is. Okay. I swear to God. What is this? Flash grenade. More ammo? Noise. Hold on, let me just reload on my ammo first. You know, just in case. Alright. Okay. There you go. Shen Hopcon? I wonder why you're getting lots of ammo. Is there a boss battle? Is there a boss battle? Is there a boss battle? Oh my god. Suspicious, isn't it? Oh my god. Is there a boss? Oh my god. Luck buff.
Come on.
Okay. Alright. Oh! Her scarf is just red? I thought her scarf... Is that... Oh. Tell me why I got scared for a moment and thought that was Mr. X. I was like, Mr. X!
Requires cleansing.
Is he basically Mr. X?
Come, child.
But human?
Run!
Run! Actually, run! Come on.
Don't worry about them.
Yeah, don't worry about them.
Give me a break already.
Come on. Fuck, you little bitch. Oh my god. Oh my god. Go. Come on. Come here. Go over here. Okay.
Okay?
I'm stuck.
We need to go. You got me kidding me.
Oh my god.
Then run.
How are you? Well, on the bright side, it's the last part of the village. You get caught up with me, yeah. To be fair, he looks like Mr. X. He does. But he's not blue. I'm very pog. I am PogChamp myself. And you're just my little PogChamp, Dayo. Okay.
Listen,
You're doing well on the run. I died twice there? Really?
run.
Skill issue.
I'll do my job.
I'm kidding.
Welcome.
Okay.
What you buying?
Ooh, what do you have? The same thing. Nothing new. Okay.
Suit yourself.
Can I Okay, I have this silver token, this gold token. Okay,
Oh, stranger.
save game. 17. Got it. You can sell the ones with the check mark. The ones that check mark. Oh.
Well,
Welcome, Mentaloli! Welcome, welcome! Then what was the check mark? The, how do you tell it has a check mark?
anything
That's
else
it, like, look
next?
here. Oh, these keys? Oh, I already knew all of this already? Damn.
Time then. Welcome.
Okay. How do I sell? Okay, which one was it? Okay, it was the Hunter, Insignia, Waysire. Okay. Okay.
Welcome.
Sell. Insignia.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no a deal well.
Alright.
struck.
And then I have 18. Can I tune up? Is that possible?
Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs. It's a thing of beauty.
Let's do ammo.
Try that on for size. We'll come back
Okay.
anytime.
Well, hi. Yes, these nuts. Hunter Lodge, Insignia, Shrine Key. Ammo. Okay. Alright. So exciting. Oh my god.
Be careful.
How are you, Talali? How was your day? I only have a red herb. Need a green herb. Green herb. Give me a green herb. Oh. Wow. So you know what would be progress if you hit 360 on the next enemy? Wow, so poggers. It's so poggers.
Pointless struggling. Abandon
So poggers.
your body.
Hasta luego. Hasta luego.
You're a shitty missionary. You know that.
Missionary? I'm doing alright, just model kit building before bed. How's Resident Evil 4 going? It's going great! It's going great. Also, model kit building? Oh, what are you building? Like Gundam figures?
Hasta luego.
Oof. How matrician laughing at missionary word? What do you mean? How do you know I'm laughing at that, huh? Unless you were thinking about that. What the heck is this? Is this boss fight? Woo! Damn. If only I could dodge. If only I could dodge like Jill. Oh my god. Give me that. What is this? Go up! Please. Okay, guys, a moment of silence, please. Oh. Okay. Knife. Flash grenade. Okay. Fuck. Why you do this to me? Can I heal? No, I can take another hit, right? I can take another hit. Oh, fuck. Never mind. Oh my god, I'm out of... Okay. The heck? What kind of flip is that, Leon? Oh god, guys, I freaked out. Sorry. I panicked. I clicked the wrong button. Fuck. Okay. I gotta... I see your little eyeball, bro. Okay. God. Zoe General? Oh, cool. Because I was listening. What do you think, Shen? Is it a boss fight? Basically, Robo Dino. Ooh, Robo Dino. That's cute. I'd love to see a picture. Let me grab the ammo, please. Where is he? Whoa! Yeah, back at you! Think you could give me with that? Grab the gasoline again. Do it. I dare you. No? Woo! What the fuck?
Running out of options, huh?
You want my strength? I'm telling you, bro. I'm one of like the weakest persons here. Is he like a spider guy or something? Oh shit. This is who Spider-Man wanted to be. Get down! Oh god. You know what? I'm just gonna shoot it. Shoot it! Just shoot it! Leo, stop reloading! God. Jeez. Easy! Easy! Capital E, lowercase z. Easy! Easy! I used to do that, but all tabbing instead. Yeah, I never figure out. I like clicked the wrong button. I am impressed. I am impressed. Thank you. Boo, you did 360? Oh, womp womp. Yoshi, womp womp. Cry about it. Can I break this? Hey guys, I'm telling you, I'm a pro gamer. I'm telling you. He has so much potential. Thanks. Where is she? What? Oh, she's right here. Nice. I will cry. I will go all out now at this point. That's funny. So you tell me you weren't trying at all? You were going easy?
Bound to catch their attention.
Escape the village.
Leon, I'm not gonna turn into one again, right?
I won't let that.
You know, I do so much better on like a one-on-one fight than like like multiple, like a mass fighting. You know? Is this the right way? This is right. Bridge? This is the right way, right? Not yet, my friend. Though you are not good at groupies, then womp womp. Womp womp, indeed. Well done, finishing the village. Thank you.
Being followed.
Thank you. No, that wasn't so bad. You know, that wasn't so bad. I feel like the beginning part, like the tutorial part, was so much harder than the rest of the game. You know? Also, the puzzles was so easy. It's going to be easier if you You're right. You are so right. Save my progress. Chapter, what's it, 20, 21, 18? Well, I don't know about the puzzle. I hate them. The puzzle was so easy. Hitoshi. It was so easy. How many chapters are there? I don't know. All I know is that this game is super duper long.
Well, I wanted to go home, but Ashley just had to see this castle first.
Perfect, because I have a present I want to give you. Medicine that will help to suppress the progress of your problem.
Where
Problem.
do we go?
Let's see.
Okay.
Come to the courtyard inside of the castle.
That's what she said.
Ciao.
Guys, come on. That joke is so overdone, you know?
Luis just said.
Damn. So immature, guys. Come on. Grow up. Be more mature. You say it all the time. I know.
Got some new wares, stranger. You're in for a treat.
Ooh.
Welcome.
Do you have new
Got
stuff?
some rare things on sale, stranger.
Whoa, what is this?
That cash in your pocket or your life.
Is this a Magnum? This? Rifle. No space. Broken butterfly. First aid spray. Huh. But it's funny, coming from you is doubtful. Alright. Stingray is an automatic sniper rifle? Okay.
Not enough cash, stranger.
Is this better than the red 9? The blacktail? It is, right?
Not seen anything you like, stranger.
I thought Stingray was a sea creature. Oh, sting you. Hahaha. Sorry. It is. Broken butterfly. But Red 9 is the best. The best. Is it the best because you like it? Or like, is it the best, like, actually out of the entire game? The best. Hey, yo, Shen, what do you mean by that? Nothing. I don't know. I'm just talking nonsense. You know? Talking nonsense. No space. No space. I don't have any space. Damn. Why can't I stack these? I hate it. I can't stack these. Okay. I gotta install my flash grenades. I have so many. Okay. Might as well make more shotgun ammo. I need 11 for shotgun ammo. I can make rifle ammo, some machine gun ammo. Might as well make some machine gun ammo then. Flash grenade. I don't need any more flash grenades. Okay. Like these. I could stack these, but I can't stack the freaking flash grenades. Okay. Can I stack these? No? Okay. This is fine. Okay. This does the rifle ammo. I have so many rifle ammo. I don't even like losing the scope. Okay. It's okay.
Welcome.
First aid spray.
You get some
No,
bang
wow.
for
I'm
your
gonna
buck.
stick with what I have.
Knowledge is power.
Might as well buy that.
Remember that pleasant travels.
Alright. Save game. What is it? Number 19. It has better features than the blacktail. Oh, okay. Nay. Shen. Mavi! Welcome in, Mavi. How are you? How was your day? You can reload your bolt gun with those bolt ammo? You're right, but I don't even have my bolt gun. Hold on. Okay. Merchant tip, the handgun for you. With so many handguns available, choosing the right one for you can be tricky. Lucky for you, we'll compile a list of the special characteristics for 4 stellar choices. Punisher. Punisher? I don't even know her! This one has brilliant stability and penetration power. Ayo, a laser sight can be mounted onto it. 2, making it very versatile weapon. Red 9, this gun delivers a lot of power, but it kicks like a horse. Keep it, oh. Never mind, okay. Close this. Where is my bolt gun? My bolt gun is here. Should I put this away for now? Okay. Oh. Oh. Equip. Reload. What's the point reloading? It only holds 3. Okay. Now I'm gonna put you away. Store. Take this back. Combat knife. This is fine. Alright. My day was kinda crappy, but it's okay. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Hope your day gets better, Mavi. You know, maybe, you know, eat some ice cream or something. Or like, I don't know, beat someone up. That kind of helps, does it? You know? What's this? That literally answers your question about handguns. Okay, I got it. I have pizza. Pizza! Ooh. I love pizza.
Crossbows, huh?
Ooh, crossbow. I would love to beat someone up. Really? I'm right here, Mavi. You could... I'll be the victim. I volunteer. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. What do you mean, hey, yo? There's nothing sussy about it. What do you mean? Hey, yo. Shannon punching bag. Yeah. I'll be a great punching bag. Keep your voice down, Ashley. Such a masochist. There's nothing wrong with being a masochist, guys. No, now you're just kink shaming. Okay, let's go here. Anything here? You see? Oh fuck! Ow! How did I kill this thing? Oh, never mind. I killed it. A boot knife. Okay. Is that it? Is that all I have to see here? Okay. It's not even a kick, it's a personality now. Hush, you. Okay. Crouch. Okay. We sneak, Ashley. Quiet. Okay. Okay. How long you think you're gonna last more? All night, baby. That was a weird question. Oh god. You know what? This is a great time to use this. not have my scope? Over here. Oh shoot. No! What am I do? Okay. Alt? Alt? To zoom in? That's so weird. Okay. Okay. Oh god. Alright. Come here. How long are you gonna... Okay, I don't know actually until I'm tired. Oh shit, he's right there. Look at this dumbass! Okay. Is that it? Is that all of them? Nope, it is not. Come out! Come out! Why are they hiding? I see you! Oh. Fuck! W aim? Okay. Oh my god, Leon, why you gotta reload? Wait. Okay. Are you gonna get back up?
Alright.
I see you. Okay. These guys are human, right? These guys are human? They're not gonna turn? So they're easier to kill. Essentially. Right? Oh shoot. Come out! I know you see me! Come out. Oh my god. Leon Wood. Why you always gotta reload at the wrong time? Okay. Okay. Come out. Are they dead? I'm guessing they're dead. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Damn, shimmy the control when you use space to crouch. Should play Valorant strat. It's a common strat. Okay, lots of people use crouch too. As space. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, you guys don't understand. You guys are new players. Oh shit. Anybody here? Come out. Oh, there you go. She managed to dodge. Oh, I managed to dodge those arrows, but it hit Ashley. It hit Ashley instead. Where's it coming from? Catapults? From across from here? Oh my god.
Okay, you're good.
Okay.
I missed. Oh my god. Leon! Reload your gun! It's so... Yo, they killed her! they killed her! They... Oh my goodness. Where are they coming from? Where are they coming from? From there? Alright. Alright, I'm on leg again, but I'll be here. Thank you for the leg, Toshi. Thank you. You're gonna be hiding in my closet. Okay. Well, I'm gonna switch to my pistol. Are you gonna turn? No. Ashley? Stay close!
Got it.
Okay. I'm the best coward here. Get your ass over here, Ashley.
Damn, it's locked. Looks like we'll have to get creative.
Let's get creative. God, traumatizing. Wait, this guy's wearing a hood. Oh fuck! I shouldn't fucking know it. I knew. I was like, he's different. He's different. This guy is different. Oh, here. Okay. Go over here. Come on. What is that? Blue medallion? Fuck. Sorry, give me a second, Ashley. Okay, 6 medallions. Alright. Yes, I'll be hiding in your closet and come out if you're not reading the game again. Thanks. I will read, alright? Kind of. I will read, but I'm not sure if it'll stay in my head. Let's see. It's gonna go in one ear and out the other. Like this. What is in here? Rifle ammo. Is that everything? Ouch. Yo. Okay. What's this? Go. No medallion. What's in here? Elegant bingo. Okay, let's go. Let's go, Ashley. Oh, what the heck? Get up, Ashley. Get up. Get your ass up.
You hurt?
No, I'm okay.
Oh my god. I just healed myself though.
Not looking so good.
Where'd you go? I think this is the there you go. Oh my god, I went in a circle. Oh wait. Let it go, bro. No, Ashley, no. Where is it going? I went in a circle. Over here. Okay. This is where I went, right? This is where I came from? Can I go here? No.
You hurt?
I'm good.
Okay. Then we're gonna go back up. I think I was going the right way. I think. This is over here. Oh yeah, I think over here. Oof. Anything? No. Wait, I went over here. I'm so confused. Okay. Come here, Ashley, please. Oh. Okay. Canyon? Do I have to go to the canyon? Is this... Okay. Unlocked gate. Go back to the canyon. Okay. I think that's where I got lost. Fuck. No, over here. Over here. Oh! Hey, yo, wait, can I use this to fight? Okay. Where's the other dude?
Firing again.
Fuck. Leon! Okay. The door. Okay.
It's open. Go.
It's open. Go.
Okay.
Jump down. Never mind. We go around. we go around. Who are you? Okay. Fuck. Ashley, can I just leave her? can I just leave her?
Anytime.
I'm so low on health right now. I'm gonna die. Okay, Ashley. Leon blasting his loaded canyon. Hey yo. Hey yo. Okay, blue note. Destroy the blue medallions 3. Those blue medallions have been strung up around the castle by those crazy zealots. Am I saying that right? Zealot? They're damned eyesores. Someone get them out of my sight. Okay. Am I missing 2 medallions then? There's one right here, one right there. Should I go back? I don't want to. I don't want to go back. Should I go back then? Hold on. Okay, if I die, I die. Oh, I see it! Wait, I can use my rifle. Hold on. Hey.
You got it.
Hey, hold on. Where's the other one then? Guys, I have no clue where the other one's at. I'm looking at it, right? Oh, no. Wait, I don't think I am. Oh, here. Here. Okay, is it in the building? Or in there? Wait, is it in there?
Ashley!
Oh my god, freaking Ashley, get up!
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, we go over here. Please. Okay. In here. Oh god. Are you looking for the blue thing? Yeah, I'm looking for the blue thing. Blue thing. Where is the blue thing though? Wait. Did I go here? I'm so confused on where is that? Is this over here? Oh, I see it! Oh god! I see it. There it goes! Okay, task completed. Okay. Now I die. It's okay though. It's okay. Is it okay? Yeah, I'll survive.
The last one.
Oof. Is it okay? Got it. Yeah, you can't trick me, Yoshi. Huh? Yeah, this should be like safe space, right?
Look at this.
Winner. Okay.
I see you took care of a request. Well done.
Ooh.
You've proven yourself.
Thank you.
Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
Okay, what can I buy here? TMP stock?
My back is killing me.
Oh, trade. I mean,
Years haven't been kind to us, I suppose.
treasure map? I have 22. I might as well buy as much as I can, right? Punisher. Wait, I could buy the Punisher. Is the Punisher good?
There's some things.
Let's buy the scope.
Money.
Okay,
You're
scope.
trying to thread a needle with a bullet there, mate.
Oh wait. Oh shit, that's dirty. Fuck. Okay. Treasure map, castle.
We're
Might as well buy this then.
all kinds of trinkets.
Stock?
This clown's castle.
No inventory. No inventory.
What's that?
Oh.
How have we procured these curiosities? You don't want to know, mate. Will that be all? Come back anytime.
Okay, let's craft some stuff. Okay, now I should have space, right? Here.
Welcome.
Okay. Trade. Red nice stock.
Gun will look great with that attached. Pleasant travel.
All right. Is there? Oh, this is typewriter right here. Okay. Save game. Chapter 20.
A most warm welcome to my castle. Such a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
Why don't use the last save spot? Because I don't know. I only need 4.
Hell.
You know, 4 is fine.
Oh, please, call me Ramon.
Ramon.
And allow me to get straight to the point. I would like you to hand the girl there over to me. Now.
Yeah, fat chance, Ramon. The girl's just fine. With me.
Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy. How novel.
So empty, just fill it up. That's what she said. I'm sorry. I made a joke again.
The entire world shall overflow with his grace. For that is the iron will of my master, the most holy, Lord Sadler. So then, you will comply. Yes?
Reno's an old joke. Yeah, sure. Okay, I could do it. Okay, guys, I'm immature. Okay.
Do make sure our guest feels
Is he infected? He looks
how he has
infected.
chosen death.
Wow. Wow, indeed. Wow, indeed. What? I don't think Itoshi came up to this part yet. I'm gonna. Oh, what the heck? What the heck is this? Shoot the legs! Woo! Yo, he runs. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Okay. What? How do I kill this guy? Oh, how do I hit them? Oh, I have to shoot there. Okay, I get it. I have to break the shield. Okay. W. Don't get out. Yeah. Deserved.
Yeah.
So what you wanna do there is shoot those dummies? Like you? Haha! JK. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I am I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Apology not accepted. A gold bar. I got a gold bar. Let's check over here. I'm gonna report you. You're gonna report me. That's so mean. One open. Alright. Do it, I dared you. Huh? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, I'm kidding. Yellow herb. I'm gonna wait till I get a better one. Let's see. Can I go here? Nope. Locked?
No luck.
No luck.
Get around to the other side.
Locked.
Locked.
Okay.
Just gotta
Actually,
find a way to get to the courtyard.
actually, you know what? What? Chicken butts?
Come on.
Haha.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell Leon you'll bully me and take him from you. Then he is gonna kick me instead.
I'm counting on you.
Alright. Alright, if you say so. Ha 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 ha. What makes you think he's gonna want you? I'm just kidding. JK, JK. Alright. Here. Nothing else. Oh. Oh! Oh, okay. Okay, get this. I like a perfume bottle. Bottle. How do I get to the other side then? Is there a way to get over there? Down. I don't think there is. Oh, okay. Whatever. Okay. Let's go. Come on, Ashley. I say so because I got mad Riz. You got mad Riz. Okay, you got W Riz. Oh, do I have to break this? Can I just knife it? Oh, I could. Okay, resources.
Looks like we can continue on this way.
Alright. I'm being careful. Yo, this guy. None shall escape. Okay. Craft. Can I craft 3? Oh no. Oh, red and yellow, and then. Okay. Craft red and yellow. And then. There we go. What's this? Caretaker's note. Once Leon sees my hands, he's gonna be down bad for me. Don't forget to check your corners. I'm checking my corners. I'm checking my corners. I was awoken in the middle of the night once again. It's those awful noises coming from the basement. The sounds of nails clawing at the stone walls and the writhing moan of curses. That man harbors enough hate to ruin this world. He once served the lord of the castle as the torturer, like his father and grandfather before him. It's one of the more unsightly legacies left by the Salazar family. Even among his family, he was special. He enjoyed his work wholeheartedly and had a talent for it. He was gifted at tormenting others. His ability soon attracted the master's interest. And when he took him to the dungeon... No, I can't write anymore. I won't! I don't want to recall what happened down here. My mind can't take it. It will break me. Mind break? Egil? I was ordered to attend to him, to feed him, to dispose of the field, all while listening to that witch's voice every night. I can't take it no more. I had enough. I will not tolerate one more night in this castle. I shall leave tomorrow. Go far away, where that voice cannot reach my ears. Oh. Welcome in, ABDU _____. Then y'all down bad for Liang, huh? Yup. I mean, he's he's tall, blonde, and hot. Who wouldn't be, you know?
Poor bastard. There's nowhere to go.
Womp womp. Caretaker sounds like a nerd. What do you mean sounds like a nerd? He's basically like the one taking care of these people, you know? Okay, I need a key for this. Alright. This is the only way. So how are you? Welcome to the chat. ABCD. Oh, ABDU ______. How was your day? Okay, I'm back from the closet. Welcome back from the closet, Toshi. Welcome, welcome.
What was that? Did they keep animals down here or something?
I'm in the basement. And yes, we are down bad for Leon. Yeah, very down bad. Now get him mine. Hey, just say Abdul. Abdul? Am I pronouncing it right? Abdul? Abdul. Sure? And a bit once Shen is done streaming. I see. Okay, dungeon key. Yeah, that might be easier for you. Oh, thank you. He was protecting them? I didn't read the note fully. Yeah, he was protecting them. He was taking care of them. The light is lost. The light is lost. Oh, fuck. This scared me. Yeah, how was your day, Abdul? How was your night, morning, evening? How are you? Who are you? Is he tied up? Oh, he's blind. Oh shit, he's tied up. Yo, he got the dad bod. Oh my god! It's Wolverine! It's Wolverine! You see those metal claws? It's Wolverine! Wait, can I just take those claws off of him? Then he'll be like less, you know, harmful, you know? He's blind, but he has super hearing? Okay. So I just have to like be as quiet as I can, right? I only have 8 bullets. Okay. Uh-oh. Did he break off? Please. Quiet. 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 Is he gonna come here? He's blind, right? Don't touch that, please. Don't come here. Oh my god. Wanna be Wolverine? Did he hear that? He didn't, right? Wait, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to beat him up? Fuck. Oh, there's a switch there. Okay. Switch. Fuck! Leon, you son of a bitch! Why did you knife? I misclicked, guys. I misclicked. Where is he? Is he right there? Okay. Hey yo, you gotta backshot him? Wink wink. Yeah, I see that. Can I kill him? Like actually kill him? Lift the lever. I'm lifting the lever. I'm lifting the lever. Please go away. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Not here. No, 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 no. Oh my god, oh my god. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where's bro going? Where's bro going? Can it be a goat? I'm kind of scared. Is it? I'm supposed to like save my bullets as much as I can, you know? I barely have any bullets. I mean, I have a lot now, but you know, I kind of don't have that much. Oh, fuck! Never mind. We gotta kill him then, right?
Gotcha.
Back shot! Back shots! Okay. He got his hand stuck! He's dead? Wait, that was so easy! That was so easy! What the fuck? Damn, I wasted so much health. That was so easy! I was so scared for nothing! What? Oh my god, saving bullets? That's overrated for shit. You can use the knife? You're so right. You're so right. I'm so... It's okay. It's okay. You know, it's okay. It's totally okay. I got this. I'm dying a little bit, but it's okay. So you gotta trust. Wait until you get the two of them. The two of them. Is there? Oh wait, I could heal myself. The two of them. Am I gonna fight the two of them then? Also, wait. Oh. Just open this.
It's you. I'm down there.
Oh.
Nothing. You were right about the animals, though.
What do you mean nothing, Leon? I literally fought. You literally fought some giant... some giant guy. Like this. Alright. Congratulations, you caught up with me. I will be now hiding officially to Yoshi's closet. You only got up to here?
You okay?
Oh my god.
Fine.
I'm winning the race. I'm winning the race, guys. I'm winning the race. Alright. Oh, by the way, bring Ashley here. Bring Ashley here? To the Wolverine? To the Wolverine? Is that like an Easter egg? Huh. Ashley, come here. Ashley, come here. Come here, Ashley. Where did I come from? Here? Yeah, she's gonna say something funny. Ooh. Okay.
Come on.
Come on, Ashley. Is this where he poops? This guy?
Was this the animal?
No, you can't keep.
Yeah, that's too bad.
You can't keep him. That's funny. You know, everybody tells me that. I'm the kind of person who like sees a rabbit in the street and I'll pick it up. Totally did not happen in real life before, but yeah, I'll just pick up a rabbit off the street, you know, and take it home, and then it'll be mine, you know. They're always like, "Oh, you can't keep it, Shen. You have dogs, you know." And I'm like, I could totally keep it. in my closet, you know, in the cage, you know. It's nice and warm in my closet. Yes, it is warm. Did you ever try to throw an egg at Ashley? No, I didn't. I didn't even know you could throw an egg. You could throw an egg. I've been eating them because I've been dying a whole lot. Yeah. Yeah, everybody was telling me that I could like throw like stuff at the merchant and kill him, kind of. Beat him up. Yeah. You should try it, should I? I don't think I have an egg though.
Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for the sub. Thank you.
Thank you. So how was your day? Thank you for the sub. Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my god. Itoshi has gifted 1 tier sub. What? Gifted 1 tier 1 sub. Thank you so much for the sub. No more ads. Oh my god, Itoshi. W gifter. W gifter. Okay. I need puzzle pieces. Done. Puzzle pieces. Is it a golden sword? A rusted sword. Could have put a golden sword here. An iron sword. A rusted sword should be here. Right? And then iron. No, wait. Iron sword here. Golden sword should be here because he's like getting blessed, right? And then iron sword, right? Do I need another sword? Where to find another sword? Is that
Confirm those gongs by shooting them.
shooting me? Oh! Do I shoot it? Oh! Okay! Bird, deer, snake. Bird, deer, snake. Bird. Is this deer? Oh no, that's the deer. Okay. Bird, deer. Oh! I got it right. Thanks. I'm listening to the sub thingy, so I don't know much about it. You get special emotes and no ads. Yes, you get special emotes and no ads. Yep. And you get channel points faster. Yes, you do get channel points faster. You know? You get to beat me up. Or throw stuff at me faster. Yep. Yes. Okay. Oh, I'm assuming this is iron sword then, right? Thank you for the reading. Thank you. I mean, a katsu chicken is kind of epic. Oh, you made chicken katsu! Oh my god! I love chicken katsu. It's amazing. Probably like one of my favorite foods. Love it so much. Thank you for the reading. Thank you. You do nice. Alright. Go. Fuck! Where's the snake? I'm gonna stab you. Come here. You dead? Okay. Anything else here for me to grab? No. This? Okay. Here. Good bingo. Hold on, can I build stuff? Lay stones. Still 2 greens. Oh, 2 greens. Another green. And then we'll put in... is let's do a blue and a yellow. Nice, nice. And this one is two reds. Alright. Okay, ready? Ashley, ready, Ashley? Okay. No, I don't want to do that. What the fuck? Oh, you're so nice. You're so nice to me. Usually everybody wants to throw stuff at me. You know? Okay. What is that? Like a dragon? Fish? There's a snake in your boat. Boot? Boot? There's a snake in your boot? It's boots. Oh wow, yeah. Oh wow. Okay. That's a dare. Oh, dare. Okay. What is this? Do I drop down? I don't want to drop down though. Okay, bird is over there. What's over here? What? Okay, I need like dragon and snake. Where did I get snake? Snake got. It has to be here, right? No? Oh, did I go? Okay, I think I have to go down. Oh, I'm jumping!
Leon, what are you doing?
Don't even think about trying this yourself.
Gonna swing on the chandelier. Oh, I know the light is from Toy Story. Yeah, from Toy Story. Okay, this bird. I'm gonna go down, right? What if I go the other way?
Leon, are you kidding me?
Bro, why are you so
Jumping across chandeliers,
surprised?
Seriously, who does that?
Wow. She's
What are you,
gonna.
my mother?
Shut up, Ashley. Okay, snake is over here. Wait, how do I shoot it though? Oh! Oh! Oh, that was for her to come across? Okay. And then... Okay. I think I get it. Okay. Yep, I knew. Yup. Okay, this. Come on, Leon. There you go. Is it gonna open? No? Why did you come over here? Okay. A golden hourglass.
Leon, over here.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, Missy. Oh wait, this is the beginning again. Oh, I did not know that. But how do I get back up? What? What? That to go all the way back up again? Is there not an easier way to get up? I have to go all around again? All around again? All around again? Wait, did I even come here? Wait, there's a letter? There's a letter? Did I miss a letter? Letter? I don't even know her! Ha ha ha. Okay. Wait, here? Did I miss the letter here? Oh wait, she's over here. Wait, she's over here. Oh.
Thanks.
Thanks. Wait. What can I put in here? Nothing? Okay. Just look around. Just look around. A letter here. In this exact room where I'm at. This room where I'm at. A letter. Oh, is it up? I think it's up. Oh wait, I can just listen to your stream and start watching it? Yes. Listen, you lurker. Okay, I'm looking around. Missed anything? Okay. That is that. That's... Let me check the other side. Oh, ladder! Oh! Ladder. Okay, that's okay. That's A-okay. That's okay. Yep, found the ladder. Damn right shit, I ain't going nowhere. The stalker. Like, what do I do here? Where else do I go? Up there? I didn't make it clear. It's okay. It's A-okay. Oh wait, I can just open it here. Wait, no, I didn't go here before. Okay. Come on, Ashley.
Salutations, Mr. Kennedy.
How does he know my name?
To hand over the girl.
Not this guy again.
Okay. Why does he want Ashley though? Like as a bride? Or like he just likes her? Or like is she like special or something? Like this is a public chat. I can listen to you anywhere. yeah. Watch me with your family. Yeah, I'll tell them secrets. You know. You can shoot it if you're tired of him talking. Really? Like the speaker? Okay. Why is the water black? Okay. What is this? Okay, I need like a lever. I'm assuming.
Ah, the entertainment.
Oh.
Next.
Oh shoot. I'm gonna kick you. Okay. Woo! Bro got up. Stop, bro! Oh my god! I need to reload. Sorry, Ashley.
Ashley. One down.
I'm gonna kick you! Oh my god! Okay. Sorry, Ashley. You're gonna have to be down for a little bit. Ashley, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ashley! I'm gonna kick you! Get your ass up, Ashley!
No, I'm okay.
Oh my god, it's one of you! Okay.
Spread out.
Ashley! Get away from me! Okay. Whoa! Oh my god. This guy's the guy that turns into like a lotus thingy, right? Like a Demogorgon? Oh, never mind. He just he just wears a mask. Never mind.
Take a break for a sec.
No, no brakes.
We gotta keep going.
Never back down, never what, Ashley? Never back down, never what? I do this. Am I dying a little bit? Should I lose it? Okay. Where is he coming from? Like I hear him talking, but I don't freaking see him. Never give up! Exactly! Exactly, you get it. Oh, he's right there. Can I just snipe him? Oh.
Damn. I knew it.
I gotta reload. By the way, nice name. You destroyed it. Thank you. I'm a FPS god. Alright, open your mouth. Say oh please. Say oh please. Is he not gonna open his mouth? Okay. Oh god, why is he not dying? Open your mouth, please. No? Is it because I'm not there? He's not like trying to eat me? Let it jump down. Oh. Okay. Easy kill. Okay, easy, okay. I was freaking out there a little bit.
You alright?
Easy. I got this. Till you see her play Apex. Okay, Apex is like kind of hard. Okay. Oh man, she plays Apex. The one that she has good aim. Yeah. Yeah. Damn, submachine gun ammo. Should I just do submachine gun ammo? Alright, I'm ready. Where is the... Okay. Oh wait, there's another dude. Oh! My god. Open your mouth. Say ah! Open your mouth. I'm gonna kick you. Open your mouth. Nice. Oh my god. Try to taste the black liquid. It's probably black sesame soup. Stop, you're lying to me. You think I'm gonna fall for that, huh? You know, it's black. I'm pretty sure it's like toxic or something, and I'm gonna die the moment I touch it. Okay. Hell no, don't do that. See, at least someone got my back, you know? Someone has my back. Oh. Where do I go now? Oh, wait, never mind. I see it. The angel carrying the wheel. Halo wheel. Hello wheel. Okay. Wasn't there another? Yeah. This. I'm gonna do this one first. Since I'm here. Is it to stop the... What? Oh. To stop the water from flowing? Oh. Never mind. It gets. Hey yo! Oh fuck! I missed it. I missed it. Okay. Don't come here. Oh, oh my god. Fuck. I'm dead! I'm dead! Ashley, you could be like a little more helpful, you know, Ashley? Okay. God damn it, Ashley. In case nobody tells you, if you put something on 5, you can double press 1 to switch. Really? Okay. The thing is, guys, I don't lose numbers to switch weapons. I lose my mouse wheel. Is that bad? Yeah, I need my mouse wheel. Should I? Okay. Let's do this. Oh shoot! Wait, no, that was already. Okay. Register. Where's that? Okay.
One down.
One down. Is he actually dead? Woo! Come here, come here. Okay. Okay. You can over scroll? Oh. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay. Oh. Craft. Shotgun shells. Craft. Attachable mines. Let's do handgun. Okay. What's the rest of the guys? Is that all? Oh. Come here. Buddy. Buddy. Come here. Open your mouth. Oh. Buddy, come here. Oh fuck. Yeah, why you gotta reload right here? Fuck. He's fat. Acid at me. Okay. It's okay, I got this. I got this. I got this. Okay. I am pro gamer.
Alright.
Yeah, no big deal.
Okay, wheel there. Okay. Halo wheel. And then over here. Put it here. Easy, GG. Shake my hand. Handshake, indeed. Easy, easy. GG, easy, guys. GG, easy. GG, easy. No, he's not a bother to me. Okay, go here. Fuck. Okay. Buddy. Whoa! Are you kidding me? I whip my hair back and forth. Fuck. Okay. Come here, Ashley! Yeah, move! Goodness gracious. Ashley, get out of the way! Goodness gracious, Ashley. No, 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 the guy is staring me down. No! Come on. Come on, Ashley, come on. Come on. You know, bro, I'm just gonna go up to your face and shoot you. You're so annoying. It's like crossbow. Okay, who is shooting me? Oh God. Hold on. Is this my only first aid?
I'm out.
Come here, loser. Oh my God.
Next.
Where is he? I know you're up there. Okay. Is that all my ammo?
You're in the way.
You're in the way. Okay. Is that everything? Wait, what is this? Oh. Can I just shoot that guy up there? Come on. Who's shooting me? Oh, I see him. Never mind. Fuck. Where are you? Hold on, guys. Give me a second. Give me a second. Am I missing my shots? Okay. Is he down? Goodness. Wait till you deal with machine gun dude. Machine gun? What? Machine gun dude? They're using guns now? I thought I had the advantage with the gun. Oh my goodness. You can block the crossbow, you know? I could block? With a knife? Really? Like knife it? While it's like shooting at me? And I basically cut it in half? Like I said, getting smarter? I see. Okay. I kinda like this room in the original game because there's a small room and the enemies drop down from the ceiling, so you have a nice price. Ooh. Actually, that'd be so much better. I like it better when they like come at me rather than like hiding up and shooting me from afar like a little sniper, you know? And the right timing, of course. I see. But I have like terrible timing. Okay, I got more bullets. Reload my pistol. Okay. This feels kind of sussy here, you know? Like I'm gonna battle something big, you know? Okay, craft. There's still more handgun ammo. Oh shoot. I could put this in, right? Still machine gun ammo? Let's do it. Okay. Right. Oh, well, I might as well eat the snake, right? Can I put her up here?
Come on.
No problem.
Nice amount of flash grenades.
Okay?
Thanks. You know, I've been saving them. You know. You know.
I'll cover you. Don't stop.
Okay, did I just shoot them?
Be careful.
Alright. Come on, Ashley. Don't die. Maybe watch out. Woo! Fuck. Oh my god. Actually. Woo! Get the radio! Oh my god. Woo! Oh my god, Ashley, come back down here! Where is she? Fuck, Ashley, I can't take care of you while I'm freaking.
One down.
Fuck. Fucking Ashley. fucking Ashley. Oh my god. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You know, it's good. It's fine. What's the block with the knife? It's okay. It's okay. Hey Shan, have you heard about the ban 1023 MB? No, I have not. What is the ban 1023 MB? Okay, if I do this first, Ashley just needs to do the one on top, right? Right? I say nobody's bothering me.
A little over the top, don't you think?
Okay. Oh. Gunpowder.
Come on.
Okay.
No problem.
The hate for Ashley is making her a true RE4 player. That's probably because they haven't got a gig yet.
Yeah,
I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, it's chasing her.
I'll cover you. Don't stop.
Okay. Okay.
Be careful.
I already did this one, did I not? This guy runs! Oh my god. I hate this guy. Why did you run right into them?
I got you.
Why did run? Should I run? God. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Bro! Stop! Bro! Stop! Bro! Stop!
Not bad, right?
I'm out of bullets. I'm out of bullets. I'm out of bullets. Did I kill her? Did I kill her? I feel like I shot her. I mean, nice shot. Don't just look him in the face! Actually. Oh my god.
Come on.
Oh my god. Actually, I swear to god. Jesus Christ! Dude, get out of my face! Oh god. You dead? Why are you not fucking dead? Oh my god. Ashley, where are you? Oh my god! Oh my god! Be careful not to shoot her! I'm trying! I'm trying! I'm trying! I'm trying! I don't have bullets!
Okay, get back here.
Come on, come on. Actually, come on. 1000 MB is a gigabyte? Oh! Oh, I see. I see. Aha, 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 good joke, aha.
You hurt?
God. Okay. Give me ammo, please. Ammo, ammo. Alright, I'll tell you a better one. Alright. Wait, I didn't pick it up? I thought I did. Anything? No? Alright. It's freaking locked! It's freaking locked! Where to go? Where to go from here? Where do I go? Huh? Oh, there's a gap in the wall. I didn't see that. Oh, okay.
Come on.
Oh man, that room was cancer. I hate it. It was. I hate it so much. I hate it whenever I get like swarmed by enemies. I hate it. No, at least she's covering her mouth whenever she coughs. You know?
You sure you're good?
That's good, right? Yeah. Alright. Let's go.
Looks like the right place. You okay?
I think so.
Do I have to kill it? Oh, what? Do I have to kill her? I mean,
Instead of worrying about her,
what does
worry about
a
you
house
instead.
wear? I don't know. Hey yo!
Prince child.
Ashley.
Ashley? She's possessed by the monster, the guy, right? The guy who injected them with stuff.
Wait.
Yep. Oh.
Shit.
Why? What? Why did she run away? Why did she? Why did she run away? Why did you run away, Ashley? All this effort to unite us, you run away, Ashley. Girl, come on. Oh my God, I'm literally speechless. Oh my God, Ashley. Oh my God, why are you running? Jesus Christ, Ashley. Girl really said I need time alone.
Things went to shit.
Right.
Refuge inside a castle, but I've just been separated from.
That means a win-win if Ashley leaves.
Roots.
I mean, she was kind of a little annoying, but like, oh my effort! Come on!
Damn it.
Damn, I lost signal. Let's go here. Anything over here? Chapter 8. Wait, fish! Is there another fish here? Come here, fish. Fuck. Okay. I might as well eat this. Put this here. Right? Can I? Okay. Damn, I got this giant fish for no reason. Okay. Can I put some stuff away then? Oh wait, I could just combine this. Okay. Now I have 3 space. Does this giant fish fit 3 spaces? Fuck! Why are you so big? Oh God. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Let's make handgun ammo. Yeah. And let's make some machine gun ammo. Yeah. There we go. Okay. There we go. Nice, nice. Alright. There you go. You're right, Ito. A little? Is it really little?
Having a rough day, stranger.
I think it's a little because you didn't play the OG RE4. Yeah, I didn't play the OG one. I mean, you want to say she's a lot annoying. You know, she's very annoying. You're not losing the mine thrower. You can sell the mines and boats.
Well,
You're right.
I got something.
You're right. But like when I think about it, I'm like, you know, what if? You know? What if? What if? If she did, then she would be tweaking. Well, you should try the OG. Really? Should I? Or she's new to the worst people. I have met worse people, I'll say. Okay, guys. Okay, but the OG, guys, is the OG like fixed camera? Like RE1? Is it like Resident Evil 1 with the fixed camera? Please tell me beforehand. Because Resident Evil 1 gave me PTSD. No, it's third person? Oh, it's third person. You know what? Maybe I'll try it.
What you
No,
see
first
is
time
what
they
I-
use over the shoulder. Oh, over the shoulder. I see.
Your valuables won't do
Okay,
you
can I
much
just sell the
good,
flash
friend.
grenade? I feel like I don't really need them. Yeah, let's keep 3 then. Bolts? Might as well sell the bolts. I'm not gonna lose it. Not at all. Blood bass. Wait, this bass is 1,000, 1,400. Oh my god. Gunpowder. Attachable mines. Okay, I might as well sell this then. Skull. Oh yeah, I bought a freaking high power skull. I totally forgot. Totally forgot.
A deal well struck.
No, wait, I could sell this. Golden hourglass. A gold bar. For selling only. Okay. Sell this. Sell this.
I'll buy almost anything.
Ruby, red. Okay.
Stranger, come back any
I'm rich! I'm rich! Okay. Parts. And then I could put this away, right? Store. Math knife. Okay.
Well,
Now I have some more room.
got some rare things on sale, stranger.
And she sold the flash. Okay, I sold 3. Okay, I sold 3. I sold 3 flashes. Okay. Okay. What does the house wear? I don't know. Well, what does the house wear? No, it's the same. Is this kind of? No, it's the same. What? Yup. Damn auto mod, yeah. Don't sell the flash grenade, you'll regret. I did. What? I didn't read that. You should have told me that beforehand. Before I sold it. What happened with the plagues? Okay, I sold 3 grenades. 3 flash grenades. Okay. They always come in clutch. Okay. Okay, guys. She's gonna be fine. I'm gonna be fine. I have incredible luck. Okay, I have incredible luck. You don't understand the amount of luck I have. The same as we got in RE4. But you can shoot while moving. Oh. Oh, why? Oh, while moving. Oh. Okay. Well, it is what it is. A dress, a house wears a dress. Haha, haha, Yoshi, haha. Mid joke. Don't remind me of your luck again. I have incredible luck, guys. What can I say? You know? What can I say? Okay, I have 4 of these. Is it worth it to buy the Punisher? No, right? No. Matilda. Wait, Matilda is the mag, right? And this is mag. No. What is this? Okay. Medallions failed. Okay, I couldn't find any, okay. Big fish, I did not know where the big fish was at. A savage mutt? The mutt was too hard to kill. Nope, it's not worth it. Mid? I remember the saltiness again. I wish I had some of that luck. Yeah, I have W luck. Stick with red 9. Okay, red 9. Okay. Red 9. Got it. I like a mask.
Time is money, mate.
Oh, I could put gemstones on here. What kind of gemstones do I have though? Hold on. I only have 1. Okay. Alright. This is good. Okay. Tuned up. I'm already like level 3 on all this. Should I do my shotgun then?
If you want a
Hold on. Is there anything to buy here?
You best tune up your kit. Why not
Mag.
try your hand at a new gun, stranger?
Should I get a mag? Matilda is the gun that you use on RE2 remake as Leon. Yeah, I know. That's how I remember it. Yeah, I remember it. But you need I need a stock for the burst shot. Okay. We said that it's the same time. Alright. Do I need a mag? Like a mag gun? No? So a Stingray. Semi-automatic rifle. Okay, so no. I'm gonna buy this. Body armor? I'll take body armor. Resources. Okay. I'm not sure, but I think you can pick up a Magnum somewhere. Because on OG, you can pick it up somewhere. Oh, okay. I'll just leave it as if then. Not only in the original game? Oh, only in the original game. Okay, that's fine. That's A-okay. Okay, tuned up.
There you are.
I'm gonna level this up all the way. Okay, where's my riot gun?
This kind of work is about finesse.
Ammo, reload speed, rate of fire.
Goes a long way.
I don't really care about the rate of fire. Ammo.
See how that feels, mate. Fella like yourself should
Should I just do it then?
right away. This kind of work
Okay,
is about
now I'm poor.
finesse, stranger.
That's okay.
Little bit goes a long way.
Repair.
You'll see. Anything else I can help
Alright.
you with?
Alright. You have to boost Ashley on that one room. You broke. Yeah, I'm broke as fuck. Okay. Might as well save again. Chapter 8, 7, 22. Alright. I'm gonna take a sip of my last water. Okay. Did I save it? I did, right? Okay. Okay, hopefully I can finish this chapter. If I finish this chapter, then I'm probably gonna end it after I finish this chapter. Did I come up here? Are they alive? Okay, no, they're dead. Okay. You've been wishing you saw those 3 flashes? No, I was okay. It's okay. Shit looks like shit in my window race. Hey, I'm telling you, I can like play games all day, you know? All day, all day, all day. You think I have a life? Shit, maybe you need to rest, you know? Like, rest is important. I'm not totally sabotaging you or anything. I'm winning this race, alright? Toshi, I'm winning this race. I better keep up. Yeah, you better keep up, you know? Okay. This door is locked. Am I missing anything? Treasure? Oh no. Treasure's in that room. Objective? Ashley. Sub-objective. Okay. What's here? What is this? The Crimson Flame? The voice of pestilence dwells in the flames, leading the pitiful souls to salvation. Consign the Crimson Flame to its rightful place, for you shall be enlightened and the path revealed. Huh. Okay. Why am I helping my rival? You know, keep your enemy close, right? Right? Keep your enemies close. You're doing the right thing. You're doing the right thing. I don't know, maybe you thought it was a good challenge. Oh shit!
Is he doing this?
Oh. Can I go back? Can I go back? Can I? Can you turn around? Sir? Okay. Nice, nice. Get up, Leo, get up! Oh fuck. Bro saw me? God. Okay, they see me, they fucking see me. They saw me, oh my god. Now I'm just beating up humans. Oh my god. Okay. What's this? Chandelier. Beam up, beam up. Say ah, say ah. Say ah. Say ah. Say ah. Say ah. Fuck, get out my way, bro. Shit, I'm dead. Oh my goodness. You see, by the way, I just noticed there's a star besides my name. What is that? Yeah, your sub badge. Yup. I've been thinking of making a sub badge. A custom one. Everybody wants a Doom's cap for some goddamn reason. I don't get it. You know? I caught someone a dumbass one time, and then they just all decided they want to be called dumbasses, and they want a Doom's cap. A dunce cap. A dunce cap. Yo, damn. I say damn. You just gave him your head. Damn, I know, right? Damn. Wait, okay. I think something there. Oh, a lantern. Okay. Oh, is that what the guy was holding? Interesting. Interesting indeed. Morir es vivir, morir es vivir. Dying is living. Dying is living. Dying is living. Okay. Kill this guy. Doesn't see me, right? What do you know? Fuck! Am I dead? Ooh. What the heck? Instantly? Okay. Okay, you're my number one target. Oh god. Damn. She has called me a dumbass multiple times, Sag. Multiple times? I have not. Have I? No, it's because, okay, I called them like dumbasses because, you know, I have a scam redeem. I have a scam redeem, and you get scammed for like 10,000 points. It's literally a scam. And I was like, yeah, scam. Dumbass, ha 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 ha, you know? And then everybody's like, yeah, we're dumbasses, woo woo! They're all celebrating. I don't get it. They say that a lot in the original. Really? I didn't know that. Morir is vivid. Morir is vivid. Okay. We crouch. And then we stop! Okay, we go up. I feel like up is safer than... What? Fuck. No, no! No, he's pushing me! Don't, Leon! Aim and shoot, Leon! Aim and shoot! Oh god. Run, Leon, run, Leon, run! Where are they? Come here! Open your mouth! Open your mouth! Please, please. Did it? Oh, just turn it to some. Okay, this is so annoying! Oh god. This is so annoying. Oh goodness. She doesn't remember? That's crazy. Alright, about time. Head to bed for work tomorrow. Have a good stream. Also, where are dumbass bitches? I'm working on it. I am working on it, Chaos. Also, have a good night, Chaos. Sweet dreams. Listen, you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Good night, good night. Yes, Shen ordered them around. You got this? Oh, maybe I don't know. Throw a flashlight. You're right. You're right. I forgot. They're like sensitive to light, right? You're right. Hold on. You're right. You're so right. You're so right. But if you want to rest, feel free, okay? Okay, Toshi. Okay. Alright. I got this. I got this. I got this. I got this. You totally forgot, did you? I did. I did forget. I'm telling you, it goes in one ear and like out the other, okay? One ear and out the other. Just looking after your health shit. I see. Alright. Right here. Ugh. Stab him. Right. Woo! Woo! Oh no. you gonna turn too? Are you gonna turn? I'm trapped. I'm trapped. Run! Come over here, losers! Come over here. Your ass is grass. Come here. Your ass is grass. Come here. Your ass is grass. Your ass is grass. Leave me out, please. Don't hurt me. Oh my god. Woo! Fuck! Woo! Am I gonna die? Woo! Oh, fuck! Fuck! Wrong button! Oh my god, guys! Jesus Christ! I got it! Oh my god, I'm freaking out! I'm freaking out! Oh, flashbang! You're right! You're right! Flashbang! You're right! You're right! You're right! You're right! You're right! I'm dead! You're so right. Oh my god. It's okay. It's fine. She really have a bird brain for a goat. Honestly. Haha. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. I have this unopened water bottle besides me. Yeah, the crack. Okay. I can't believe it. She has extreme ultra ADHD. Alright guys, I was never diagnosed with ADHD, okay? You know? Maybe I do have ADHD, but like the doctor never noticed anything, so you know. I'm totally fine. Maybe just a little insane, you know? Okay. What if I stick on the ground? No, I feel like I'm supposed to go up. I feel so good. You know what? Shotgun, shotgun, shotgun. Come here. Come here, loser. Come here. Okay. Easy. Should I just kill him first? He's annoying me a little bit. Oh my god, die! Bro, die! Come here, come here! Your ass is grass! Come here! Your ass is grass! Come here! Your ass is grass! Your ass is grass! Oh, flashbang! Flashbang? It's fine, it's fine! It's fine! I can totally do this! His ass is grass! Okay. Fuck.
There you go.
Am I gonna flashbang myself? Okay. Ooh! Die, MF. Die, MF. Oh, you fell backwards. I got this. I got this, guys. I got this. Easy. Easy clap. Easy clap. Easy clap. Are you dead? Woo! Easy clap.
Keep coming.
Keep coming. Right, exactly. whispering. Shoot me, shoot me. I dare you, I dare you. Oh shit! Oh god. Come here. Are you gonna get up? Okay, there you go. Easy clap, guys. Easy clap. That was so simple. Alright. Now we go. Oh. There we go. He knows how to run. Well done. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Anything else I'm missing here? It's a ladder, stone statue. Okay. That is it. Oh, finally now I can die in peace. You're welcome, you're welcome. You're so welcome. Okay, now I could put this here. Yes, sir. Hand shaked. Your hand is shaked. Okay. Oh, I could do this. Okay. Oh, I need two people. Damn. Freaking Ashley. Here. Anything else? Alright. Okay, cutscene? I really like how the game looks so dark. It gives more airy vibes. Oh my god! Is that my girl, Ada?
Well, after 6
Still love her.
years, that is one hell of a
Leon?
greeting. Ada.
You don't seem surprised. Interesting.
Ooh! This is like Mr. and Mrs. Smith. You know?
Try using knives next time.
I love it.
Better for close encounters.
Not a bad move.
Now kiss.
So who are you working for this time?
Oh, Leon. You know I don't work in town.
Now kiss. You broke his heart, Ada!
She's lost no matter what. You walk away now, and who knows? Maybe you'll live
knows?
to meet me again,
Ooh.
and then I might get you that.
She
greeting
looks
you were
so
looking
good in
for.
like red colors, you know, like
You
how
think
she's
I'm
wearing
gonna
like
give up
a
that easy?
purplish red. Is that red or is that like burgundy?
Right.
Burgundy.
How about we continue this discussion another time?
Yeah, that was so hot. I DM you by the way on Discord. Oh. He DM'd me? He rolled into my DMs? What are you saying? Oh yeah. I do actually. I do have a ref. Kind of, it's kind of like a reference. It's not like an actual reference. But yeah, I'll send it to you after stream for sure. Okay. I'm sorry, Itoshi. I'm messing with ya. Okay, extravagant clock. Okay. Anything else? I need a key. Thanks, bro. I look at you as a little sister, so it's kind of weird. It's okay. Step bro. I'm kidding. Ignore joking. Select. What do I? This is correct, right? And then. Okay, I get it. I get it. Okay. Is this right? For sure. Well, it's supposed to match, right? It's supposed to match. I'm assuming. Sorry, dear. Oh, come in. No. I'm leaving. I'm sorry. It's a joke. It's a poor joke. It's a poorly made joke. Okay. Am I supposed to find like different blocks? Or is this right? Okay. No. That has to be right? No? I feel like this should be up here. But then this one's red. It has to be like... Is that a clue? This paper up here? No? Okay. Nothing. Nothing here. Nothing here. Nothing here. Okay. Nope, this is not it. This is not it. Oh, I could flip it. Okay. Never mind then. Oh, sheesh. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. You turn them? Okay. Now we watch Shen doing puzzles so I can do it faster when I play it. I see. How is avoiding spoilers going? You know what? Freaking I can miss some streams. Guys, my streams are not even that good, okay? I feel like I say a lot of like cringy stuff that I like regret. That I regret later on. Okay. I'm gonna assume it's not red, right? It has to be blue. This? No. Huh. This is right? This is correct, right? And then... What if I do this? No. This. Oh shoot. This. What? I'm so confused. I don't know. I like your stream, so I don't normally hang around on stream, especially for 5 to 8 hours. But somehow I can last your streams. Oh, I see. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I'm just gonna do like process of elimination. Right? Or like should this be like head? Hold on. I feel like this should be head. I feel like it's not correct though. Okay. No? How is this not right? so confused. Top is. Oh my god. I think they can use you to refill laughing gas with the amount you are laughing. I don't. Okay, I don't know why I keep laughing, guys. It's like I don't know. It's like an awkward laugh. Bottom is incorrect now. The bottom is incorrect. Should it be this then? Oh my god. Shinobi, I went to sleep and woke up and you still streaming? Yes, I'm still streaming. Good morning, Fate. Good morning. You wake up so early, Fate. She's also bad with puzzles. Hey, this one's kind of hard, okay? This one is kind of hard. Also, you have to match the shape. Oh, is that what it is? Okay. Oh. Okay. I didn't know I had to match the shape. Okay, that makes so much more sense. Okay. I thought I was only matching like the like the logo, the image. Is that a rat?
Right.
I see.
Need to find Ashley.
Come on. Did I miss? Come on. Where's the rat? Where's the rat? Come here. I lost it. Okay. Alright. Shen has a little bit of smarts. What do you mean? I have big smarts. Well done. Let me screenshot this. Hey, you little cheater. You little cheater, Itoshi. Hear the signal echo through the mountains. Rocks become gravel and the castle walls crumble. Behold the crimson shade of the night sky. A river of the tainted blood befalls the sea. Sacrifice your life and the blood of your enemy. Atone for your ancient sins. Okay. Is this guy alive? Okay. You know, I just gotta make sure, you know? Yeah, we're big brain here. We're big brain here. I'm big brain, guys. No small brain here, okay? Big head, multiple brain cells. You know? Wait, I'm missing. Oh, locked drawer. It's fine. I'm already here.
Oh, great.
What the heck is that? The trust issues? Yep, the trust issues. You know, I learned my lesson, you know? From the past 3 Resident Evil games I played, you know? I know what I'm doing. Okay, should I go back? Yeah, I'm gonna go back. Since I have the key, I might as well go to the locked drawer. You know? Where was it? It was over here, right? Over here? Over here. Silver token. There you go. New challenger. Brass pocket watch. There you go. Alright, I'm pumped. I'm ready, I'm pumped. I'm ready. For the next part. Okay. Here. Nothing here. Over here. Okay, Leon. Oh hell no! Oh hell no! Oh hell no! But oh hell no! Fuck! Leon, go! What the heck? Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Oh my god! Sheesh. Oh my god. Shen, another VTuber made a tier list on if they could beat up other VTubers, and I was ranked easiest to fight ever. That's so sad, Fate. Womp womp. I could probably beat you up too, Fate. You know? Like, I feel like if I say some verbal words to you, you'll cry. Damn. RE4 OG doesn't look scary? They made us scary? Yeah, that's creepy, right?
Got a
God.
selection of good things on sale, stranger.
Good things on sales. Okay. It's just the same thing.
Bang for your buck.
Tune up.
I guarantee it.
Should I tune this up then?
Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs. Oh, it's a thing of beauty, isn't it?
No, I'm gonna just save my ammo.
Stranger.
Okay. Anything else here for me to grab? Nothing? Okay, save. 25, 23. That's speed, yeah. Womp womp. Like a DMs, Shen, Obi. DMs. BM in a DM. Oh my god, Fate! NT. This is the tier list. Ooh. This is a lot of people. I want to do like a tier list too. Like, you know, one day. I don't know. But I don't know what to do tier though. But like, if I do want to do a tier list of like other VTubers, I feel like not a lot of other VTubers are gonna join. You know? That'd be so sad. I don't know.
Once was enough.
So thank you for the follow, Abdul. Thank you. God. Shane, you should do a tier list of your community? Maybe. But doing tier list is kind of scary though. You know, like, I don't want to like bring people too low and then like, you know, I don't know, I don't know. I want to do like a Pokemon tier list though. Or like a Pokemon. Wow, these guys are freaking campers. Come at me. Come on. Go on. Fuck. Who's shooting me with a crossbow? Who the heck is shooting me with a crossbow? I see that. Am I tripping? Was that not getting shot at? From the back? Oh my god. Shen, just do a tier list of like how cool would they be as a Pokemon? Actually, good idea. Good idea. Woo! Oh my god. Oh, you scared the shit out of me. Freak. Yeah, tell us what Pokemon we will be. Actually, that's a good idea. I feel like I would be like a grass type though. I mean, I love grass type. Grass type is probably one of my favorites. Grass and, I don't know, probably dark. I think Yoshi Bushi would be my favorite Pokemon. Oshawott? Oshawott? Are you saying I'm Oshawott? Oof. Hello, Noodles! Welcome in. How are you? How was your day? I love the idea too. Yeah, it's a great idea. You know, maybe I'll do it for my 2-year anniversary. You know, for my anniversary stream. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do an anniversary stream. I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. How do I get over here? Okay, if I... Huh. The lever here... Lever? Oh, it goes up here. Okay, I go up here. That's right. Here you go. No Shen. You're more like Snivy. Ooh, actually, I love Snivy. Snivy was like one of my favorite in like the series. Yeah. The Pokemon anime series. Yep. I remember the exact episode of Ash battling the grass gym leader. Yep. Wait, where do I go? I'm so confused. Okay, go here. Is there like an exit here? There's a door here. How do I get through though? Oh, is it the freaking lever? Is that what it is? Wait, no, I pulled this lever. Duh. Didn't I?
Okay, I think I see how this works.
Oh, that door opens. Oh, okay. I get it. I get it now. Okay. I get it. Okay. I go down. You're very mean and has an attitude. Would be an electric type Pokemon. Yeah, I can see that. Fate as a electric type. Yeah. What shenanigans are you up to now? We're talking about Pokemons. Like, while I'm playing RE4. Yo. He's dead. W. My favorite Pokemon, guys, is... I don't know. I like Chikorita. I like Gardevoir. Gardevoir is probably like one of the fans' favorite. I know, kind of basic, I know. I like Trico. Yeah, Trico is one of my favorites. And then, this is locked. Let's see. Okay. Now how do I... Don't get on his back, please. Fuck, you little spider! You little spider, oh my god! Get off his fucking back, you little spider! You're not dead? Oh god. My favorite Pokemon is Dawot. Nice shot, thank you! I have W aim, guys. I am pro gamer! I am pro gamer. My favorite Pokemon is Pikachu. Is it actually your favorite Pokemon, or is that the only Pokemon you know? There needs to be one shot from OG. Really? The little spiders? Okay. This is open now. I'm not gonna go here. Both? I see. I don't watch Pokemon a lot. Damn! You're Asian and you don't watch Pokemon? You lame. You lame-o. Okay. Don't tell me you haven't seen Sailor Moon too. Come on. My favorite is either Charmander or Mew. Mew. Ooh. Mew is actually good. Like, I really like Manaphy. Manaphy is probably one of my favorite too. Probably because I love the Manaphy movie. The Manaphy movie is my favorite movie ever. together we'll make a promise. It's amazing. It's a great movie. I cried. Oh wait, I went here, right? Here. Here. Okay, and then here. Oof. Okay. And then here. Oh my god, you son of a bitch! Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Oh my god! Oh my god! Come here. I'm gonna shoot you. I'm gonna shoot you. Yeah, give me a break already! I'm about to die. Can I eat this fish? My goodness. I saw Sailor Moon but never watched. You never watched Sailor Moon! Itoshi! Come on! You're supposed to fall into stereotypes! You never watched Sailor Moon! Dun, 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 dun. Sailor Moon is actually like a really good show. Okay. She's the one they say. Down. 3 bullets. Hand grenade. I don't want hand grenade. I want bullets. God, I hate that movie. You hate that movie? What? Why you hate that movie for? My God, it's such a good movie though. Like actually good movie. One of the best movies. Literally. Okay. I know Sailor Moon X Dragon Ball though. At least I watched Doraemon. Doraemon? You watched Doraemon? Oh God. I mean, you can't get more Asian than that. I see. Anything for me to grab? I'm getting hurt. Is this a chest? Nope. Nope. Go down here. I have 6 bullets. My shotgun. Okay. Have you watched Digimon Shen? I did! Fuck. Get my way! Oh, fuck. I did. I watched the first season though. Like when they were all like children. I liked it. I heard the first season was like the only good season though. Which is why my brother was like, don't watch the next season. They kind of suck. They're not as good as the first one. So I never watched the rest of the seasons. Oh fuck! The B word. Okay. 3 bullets. 3 bullets. 3 bullets. Am I even going the right way? Hopefully, right? Hopefully? No, this dude! Come here! Come here, get hit! Come here and get hit! Come here and get hit! Of course. Of course you walk around. Oh my god. How are you smart? Ammo, please. Okay. What do I do here? Nothing? Oh shit. Ruby? Hold on, guys. Oh god. I don't know what to do. Go up. Go up? Go up where? I go up here. Oh shit. Wait, I didn't come here. Never mind. I know I know my way. I got this. Shit. I don't don't have a key. I don't have a key. Okay. Grab this. Oh, get your ass beat. Fuck, I didn't mean to go. Oh, fuck. I was trying to knife her, but I went out. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Oh, you're actually dead? Okay. Load. Right. Come here. Try me, come on. Try me, come on. No. Oh my god. Another one. Oh. Alright. I'm gonna just ignore you. Okay. But yeah. I hate controlling this! Oh fuck! Wrong button. Alright. Is it down? Adios, you son of a bitch. I might as well kill you. Die! Why aren't you dying? Well done, thank you.
Alright, open for traffic.
Leon blowing his head. He is. Okay. Drop down. Make a run for it! Bullets! 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 Coin! Bullets! Coin! Of course! Of course. Of course. Of course. Oh shit! I would love that. Hey yo! Nice shot, bro! That's Leon is blowing his loaded cannon. Hey yo! Yoshi, so see you. Oh my god. Okay. Am I safe? Is this safe? Am I safe here? Okay, looking around. Treasures. Looking for treasures. Treasures here? No, but I missed a lot. It's fine, okay. It's okay. It's a-okay. Okay.
Ashley, where are you?
Ashley! What is this? A gold token. Stylish mask. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god! I am getting so serious every stream. I need a therapy. At this point, damn, guys, I'm influencing him too much. Is that bad? Is that bad? Where do I go from here? Oh. You're one of us now. One of us. One of us. My therapist's name is Dr. Shinobi.
Let's stay back. It might hurt me.
Oh my god, Ashley.
I'm so scared. When that happened, I wasn't myself anymore. I was something else.
She must have been terrifying. I know.
You too?
Wait, Leon's infected too?
It's okay to be afraid, you know.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot.
You can't run.
That's right. That's right.
You gotta keep moving forward. We will beat this. Together.
Yeah, I remember now. I remember, guys. I remember. Okay.
Next time, okay?
I remember. You know, it takes me a second to like connect things, you know. Wow. Chapter end. Chapter end. Like, yes, I would love to see my progress. Wow. Amazing. Wow. I'm on chapter 9. Wow. Damn, how many chapters did I do? 6? I did 6 chapters this stream? Oh my god. 6 freaking chapters. I was at chapter 3 and now I'm at chapter 9. Wow. Remember to do flashbangs? I remember, okay? Next time to rest. You know, good idea, Itoshi. Good idea. It's been, I mean, technically, it's been like, how long? Almost 7 hours? I streamed like an hour and then my stream crashed and then 5 hours. You know, this is a good time to end, right, guys? It's basically like an hour every chapter, you know? An hour every chapter. I see. I see. Should I rate someone? Yes, it is. It's a good time to end. Yeah, better to rest, Ito. This is your chance. Well done. Thank you. I'm gonna beat you next time. I'm already winning. I'm winning this race, guys. I'm winning this race. I'm so proud of you. Thank you. Let's see who's on. Anybody who's on that I can raid. Let's see. I actually don't know. Oh my god, Lily's. Oh my god, Lily's streaming at this time. Lily's streaming at this time. Oh my god, she's doing a. What is she playing? Is she ending stream? Wait, I think she's ending stream. Cause she's playing IB, like the RPG game. Ooh, Lily Bat. Her name is Lily Bat. Should I just give her a shout out here? At Lily Bat. Yup. I love RPG horror games.
1
Meet.
22 23
She sounds so saucy.
24 20
What is she doing? Push-ups?
26 27
Oh my god. Oh yeah, she's ending. We should just end it. Damn. Okay. Now I don't have anyone to raid. Oh. Let me see. Should I just raid another person who's... Okay, let's see. Damn. Right? Damn, right? Okay, let's look for someone who's playing RE4 too. RE4. Resident Evil 4. Alright, anybody? Please come up. Anybody, please. Was she staying in shape? Right? Oh my god. I'm like scared. Okay, a lot of my streamer friends, they do like push-up redeems, you know, and I spam that like crazy, which is right. I'm low-key scared of like doing push-up redeems or adding it to mine, because I know for sure a lot of people are gonna redeem it, you little goat. Yuriza? Yuriza. 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 Alright. Ooh! Alright. We could raid Yuriza. She's also playing RE4, guys. Alright! Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you everyone for joining by. Thank you everyone for thank you everyone for joining. I don't know her. You don't know her? I don't know her either. I'm scared. Okay, whatever. Thank you all for joining. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your window, lock your closet. No going back.